Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is a crazy stream, and I just had the craziest bug before going live. I really hope that everything is working technologically because my iPad captured my Mac's mouse and didn't want to let it go. And then when I disabled Bluetooth specifically on my iPad, what happened was that my Mac lost its cursor. It wanted even its trackpad cursor to go to the iPad. So this is apparently a bug in Mac OS and iPadOS 26.4 beta 3. Just keep that in mind. However, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for some monumental news from Apple. Like some of it extremely positive, extremely exciting, extremely interesting. And I know that we have already some of the regular subjects here, KSP Wonders, Benveni, Max, one of our MarkCheck Pro Max supporters, leaving a membership milestone chat saying, hope this reaches you. Good luck today. Thank you so much. I myself left the Discord link here because I think that you will want to join our Discord afterwards to talk about all this stuff. It's absolutely crazy pants because, ladies and gentlemen, today Apple did not just announce an M5 MacBook Air. Apple did not just announce a new Studio Display. Apple did not just announce a new Studio Display XDR. Apple did not just announce an M5 Pro MacBook Pro, but Apple also announced an M5 Max MacBook Pro. So if you thought that yesterday was packed because we had an M4 iPad Air to react to and an A19 iPhone 17e, boy, you have seen nothing yet. Yesterday was a 3-hour stream with the last hour devoted to reacting to a video from SuperSaf comparing the cameras from the Galaxy S26 Ultra and the iPhone 17 Pro Max. I think today we're easily gonna fill up 3 hours with just these major pieces of information. I'll probably try to stagger it all out a little bit, maybe starting with something less exciting in a way like the MacBook Air, but we'll have a lot to react to because even with the MacBook Air, there's actually a surprising amount to react to. Now, guys, I am just home from work. Again, I shuffled my work time around, so I'm extremely thirsty. I'm extremely hungry. I hope you bear with me, maybe for a little bit more drinking and eating than I usually do. I have like a little snack next to me as well. Oh yeah. Cheers to a great day in Apple news. And if you're watching this and enjoying it, please consider leaving a like, subscribing to the channel, sharing the video out with anybody who you think might enjoy it. Comment live because that helps tremendously with the algorithm. We are already at more viewers than we even had yesterday, so that's tremendous. And of course, if you want to support this channel directly, you can leave a super chat or super sticker right in the live chat, or you can become a channel member. Shout out to Angelica, Steve, Max, Maximus, and Jonathan, our MarkCheck Pro Max supporters. So plenty of stuff here. Astuce iOS is already in the chat. Jamie7566, now somehow the #1 yapper, saying the Studio Display is such a shame. I would have got one if it was 120 Hertz. Yes, the Studio Display XDR is where it's at, not the regular Studio Display. In fact, let us actually start with that because I think the MacBook Air is actually in a way more interesting because it will reach more people. With the Studio Display, given its $1,600 starting price, given its $3,300 price for the Studio Display XDR, there is a lot to talk about there still, but it's also a little bit less exciting for the general public. We can actually start with that. Oh, I forgot. I don't need to open up a new thing. So first, taking a deep breath, relaxing. And guys, today Apple unveils the new Studio Display and an all-new Studio Display XDR. And you can see, by the way, now this is an excitement focused channel. Of course, we try to focus on the more interesting, the better, the bigger news, but we are also very open. So even in this paragraph, I can already see that Apple themselves is obviously way more excited about the Studio Display XDR than about the Studio Display 2, I guess, you can see that they're basically continuing the design language of the original Studio Display. And this also explained why in prior news and leaks, we had 2 code identifiers for Studio Displays. So some thought maybe one of it is a successor for the Pro Display XDR. Maybe there would be different sizes. Well, it seems both are 27 inches, both are 5K, but on the XDR display, as the name suggests, you get, of course, high dynamic range with 2000 nits of peak HDR brightness. Now, I'm not sure yet about the SDR brightness range. I know the regular is still 600 nits. We'll have to see if this one offers like 1000 nits or something like that, like what we've seen a lot on the MacBook Pro and things like that. And of course, this one is based on mini-LED, just as the Pro Display XDR before. Once again, I just came in. I haven't yet had time to read how many dimming zones there are, what chip Apple is using for this. There have been rumors that this is based on like the A19 processor. So a lot of stuff. And unfortunately, and I think this is something that a lot of people have wanted. Jamie7566, you chatted about it. 120 hertz refresh rate, unfortunately, is limited to the Studio Display XDR, which is pretty much double the price of the regular Studio Display. So for double the refresh rate, you'll have to pay double the money. Jamie, I would love a Studio Display, but the complete lack of OLED is just pretty poor on Apple's part. Well, OLED, the problem is the OLED that Apple likes to implement is basically a compromise-free OLED. When you think about OLED, and when it came to the iPhone 10, right? What did Apple do? Well, they found new ways to mitigate display burn-in. They made it just as bright as their previous LCD screens. They increased the display resolution to offset the lower subpixel count because of the pentile matrix of Samsung panels. They curved display under the glass to make sure that under the display, they curved the display under the display, I guess, to make sure that the bezels are symmetrical, right? Like it, and they color matched it to the performance of other Apple P3 color gamut displays. The same thing is not yet possible with an OLED screen on the size of a 27-inch Studio Display, right? If you were to use OLED and it's not a tandem OLED screen, right, then it's going to be much dimmer. It's actually not going to offer you that, like, it's going to be great HDR if you're using it in a really dim environment, sure, but in your regular office lighting scenario, it will not be that great. Now, of course, OLED offers other benefit, infinite contrast, higher pixel response times. But then if it's not tandem OLED, and especially if you somehow want to push its brightness at least to the 600 nits full screen brightness for SDR content that you have on the Studio Display, well, now you're risking a lot more burn-in. And this is why my theory is Apple is only going to transition these kinds of panels to OLED once they can manufacture tandem OLED at a price and at a yield rate that actually makes sense. This is why the MacBook Pro is getting tandem OLED so much later than the iPad Pro, right? That makes sense to me. You guys, of course, can let me know in the comments. Now, granted, I do understand there are OLED displays. They're going to be dimmer than this Studio Display XDR, but they're also going to be still way cheaper, way better for gaming. So this is still a display very much focused on the high-end professional. And I do hope that Apple finds it in them to maybe even make like a Pro Display XDR successor. Like, who knows, something closer to $10,000 once all things are said and done. Hopefully not with like a separate stand that's super expensive. And actually offers tandem OLED, 1000 nits SDR, right? 2000 nits HDR. I believe this is the first time Apple has actually done 2000 nits of HDR brightness. I believe previously they have matched all other panels, even like iPhone panels that go up to 3000 nits of peak brightness to 1600 nits for HDR content. So this is something something new for Apple and something that I can definitely see like the next iPhone and maybe even the next tandem OLED MacBook Pro adopting and things like that. So, Apple today announced a new family of displays engineered to pair beautifully with Mac and meet the needs of everyone, from everyday users to the world's top pros. The new Studio Display features a 12 megapixel center stage camera, now with improved image quality and support for desk view. Now, image quality was definitely a low light on the previous Studio Display. Like, despite the A13 processor, whatever was happening with that camera, given that it was just so ultra wide, it just didn't have enough detail for everything. It is still a 12 megapixel center stage camera, which means this is not the same camera as Apple has built into the iPhone 17, 17 Pro. This is something that we actually discussed yesterday about the iPhone 17e, right? We talked about how that one didn't get Apple's center stage camera from the iPhones, from the newer iPhones. This also is a better version. Now, I'm not sure if this is on par with the MacBook Pros now, or somehow even better than that. But I would not expect it to be basically as good as the iPhone, but I would expect it to be better than the previous Studio Display. As I was saying, yeah, MacBook Pro was 1600 nits HDR. Okay, good. Guys, we have so many people watching. Please leave a like. That will help a lot more people come in. Everybody can share ideas, opinions. Help us get to 20 likes now or something like that. It will mean the world to me, and it will help with YouTube, as it always does. So desk view, I actually didn't know that the previous center stage camera did not support desk view, but that's obviously pretty cool. Now, I'm a streamer, and I do use my iPhone as continuity camera for it. So technically, I could use desk view even without stuff like this, and probably with a better camera overall, all things considered, but it's still nice for it to be integrated. They call it a studio quality 3 microphone array, which again, it's probably not going to be actually streamer quality like my Shure microphone. This one is $350 by itself, or I believe it was at MSRP. It's probably way cheaper now. These come down in price relatively quickly. But nice to have. An immersive 6-speaker system sound with spatial audio. So this is Apple taking what was already a pretty good speaker system, probably improving on it. It also now includes powerful Thunderbolt 5 connectivity, providing more downstream connectivity for high-speed accessories or daisy chaining displays. So this is, of course, interesting because on the new Studio Display, you don't need Thunderbolt 5 to run a 5K 60 Hertz SDR panel, right? But if you basically normalize its usage to even below Thunderbolt 4, like maybe like 2/3 of Thunderbolt 4 speeds or something like that. Well, now with Thunderbolt 5, that leaves you like 3-4 times as much, even way more than that potentially, of accessory bandwidth, which previously basically left you like 5 gigabytes per second or something like that. This could leave you like almost 100, depending on how Apple manages upstream and downstream in Thunderbolt 5. But at the very least, it will give you like a full extra Thunderbolt 4 almost. Luvis Amin Haji, when will they announce the budget MacBook? That is then definitely coming tomorrow. And Jamie, yes, you're agreeing with me. Thank you so much. Because this is actually something, and guys, I left the link to our Discord if you want to join over there. But what I've discussed, wait, what? Apple accidentally leaks MacBook Neo? There's like a MacBook article on Mac Rumors? Okay, breaking news, guys, breaking news. I guess that's something that we'll have to react to tomorrow fully, but then again, this is a huge leak. MacBook Neo, which would be the first time Apple uses the Neo sub-brand. Now, yeah, apparently Apple basically put that in the lineup but removed it. But now we know it's definitely coming, and it's part of this family, right? It's A34, and then this is O4, while the MacBook Pro with M5 Pro and Max chips, there are like A3428, A3427, so this lines up with previous leaks. Yeah, this is crazy, but also MacBook Neo, like, I wonder if that could mean that we are gonna get an iPad rebrand. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, can you imagine, right? An iPad Neo in the lineup, and Riley, our usual number one yapper, right now very much beaten by Jamie756 in terms of yapping propensity, saying hi Riley, hi to everyone in the stream. Man, I'm so freaking hyper. There's just so much coming in. The fact we're getting like a breaking news leak, I feel like almost like some of these war journalists where they have like missiles flying above their heads and something like that live. Yeah, so crazy. But these specs, they're not leaks. They're just basically like guesses, or they're based on previous leaks. Right now, all we have, which is quite a big thing, is the MacBook Neo. As Stu's saying, I wonder if a Mac Studio is coming tomorrow. The problem with the Mac Studio is it would require Apple to then drop the M5 Ultra tomorrow, or accept having an M5 Max and an M3 Ultra, which I think would be quite the disparity. Sorry, I have to eat something. I'm so freaking starved. I had like half of a protein bar today. Okay, but that's enough for the breaking news. Let's focus on the original breaking news. Kylo Ferguson joining the chat. Hi. So, let's actually recuperate a little bit, right, before we re-summarize. The Studio Display is basically like a slot-in upgrade to the current Studio Display. They call it the new Studio Display. They could have called it something like the Studio Display 2. It basically features a better camera, probably better microphones and speakers, and a better connectivity to your Mac with Thunderbolt 5. So this is not a crazy update, especially given that the price is not being reduced. That's a bit of a shame. The real highlight, and you can see, right, how much time Apple is spending here on the Studio Display. Well, now let's talk about the all-new Studio Display XDR and see how much Apple talks about it. It takes the Pro Display experience to the next level. It's still 27 inches, it's 5K, right? So this is not even a direct replacement for the Pro Display XDR, because that one was 32 inches and 6K. I hope that maybe at some point Apple will spread out the lineup, and maybe at some point introduce OLED variants of the Studio Display XDR or something like that, right? I think a 32-inch 6K panel, that's something a lot of content creators have gotten used to. If you look at like Marquez working on 2 Pro Display XDRs and stuff like that. So this is in some ways a downgrade, but then again, this is also way cheaper than the Pro Display XDR. But then also it's coming out years and years later. And of course, the rest of the PC monitor market has moved quite a long way. We have seen, obviously, mini-LED panels. We have seen OLED panels. We have now seen 120 Hz, 240 Hz, 360 Hz, 500 Hz panels. With OLED, of course, you get the superior pixel response times and things like that. Okay, so we are actually seeing more detail here. Scott Gibson 178 saying, I was waiting for the M5 Air, but now considering M5 MacBook Pro, I guess I should wait to see what the Neo looks like tomorrow. Yeah, and I would also argue with the M5 MacBook Air, because that one has actually gotten kind of both a price increase and a price reduction at the same time. It got $100 more expensive, but it also got double the base storage now. It actually is super close to the M5 MacBook Pro. So maybe the existence of the MacBook Air, of the M5 MacBook Air, will actually put a lot of price pressure on the M5 MacBook Pro, and then you can buy that one at like 1300 or 1400, right? And at that point, it gets better value than all of those. Well, I'm not sure about the MacBook Neo, and it's crazy that we already have a name for it. I kind of expected it to just be the MacBook. Okay, so let's talk about this XDR panel, because it is more exciting than I thought, but it also kind of needs to be. First of all, it has 2000 local dimming zones. That compares to just above 500 local dimming zones on the Pro Display XDR. And don't forget, the Pro Display XDR has a larger panel to drive. So the density of local dimming zones is way, way higher. However, this local dimming zone density already exists. There are some PC monitors that have this kind of density with usually they will spread it out over like 30 inches and their panels will be 4K rather than 5K, but 2000 local dimming zones is not as crazy. For example, my MacBook Pro 14-inch actually also has 2000 local dimming zones. I think actually a little bit above it. And that's on a 14-inch panel, so that's like 4 times higher density, because obviously with the diagonal, I mean, I don't need to explain to you basic mathematics, but it's still significantly better than the Pro Display XDR, and in my opinion makes the Pro Display XDR pretty much instantly worthless. Elias Coranti saying, when will the MCP M5 Pro will be available for purchase? This is the chip. By the way, guys, I didn't even notice I had my iPad on because I always watch myself on the side. Does it not say that? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just next week. Okay, so pre-orders start tomorrow, so then it will be available probably a week later. Thank you, guys. This is also something I want to give a big shout out to. Please help each other out. If somebody has questions, suggestions that I might not be that in tune with or something like that, please help each other out. Respond to each other's comments. And when there's something I really need to address myself, or you have specifically question to me, I think you can tag me at like @marktag, or of course make it a super chat. Then I'm guaranteed to read it. Was it not supposed to be OLED? No. This was basically a speculation. We knew that it would support some kind of form of XDR, and I kind of already addressed it. But OLED simply isn't this bright. First of all, we get 1000 nits of SDR brightness. This is the same capability that Apple has given to the MacBook Pro, starting with the M4 MacBook Pro. But ironically, you can also do that with other mini-LED MacBook Pros with third-party display software. So OLED was always a possibility. However, given the fact that Apple is waiting for tandem OLED for the MacBook Pros, because I don't think this is going to happen, right? Like, look, the iPad Pro got tandem OLED, and I think the iPad Air, the iPad Mini, they will get regular OLED. And I think that a MacBook Air will at some point get regular OLED, probably after technology has developed even more and more when it comes to stuff like burn-in mitigation and things like that. But this device kind of, well, I think with these prices, it's a good shoe-in for in 3 years or 4 years to get OLED, right? And at that point, I think this one could just get regular OLED, maybe even LTPO, right? LTPO plus, and this would then be tandem OLED, right? And then they would maintain basically their price differences and stuff like that. But right now, I just don't think, first of all, tandem OLED is not yet ready for these kinds of display sizes. I mean, Apple's tandem OLED. I know a lot of other display producers call their tech tandem OLED. It's not quite the same. And usually none of them target anywhere near 1000 nits of SDR brightness. So this is something that Apple does that is in a way pretty unique. It's part of the iPad Pro specification, and 2000 nits of HDR brightness is actually a new spec point in a way. So while I'm pretty sure that Apple's tandem OLED on the iPad Pro could handle 2000 nits of peak HDR brightness, basically completely sure, Apple has has thus far calibrated all their HDR, XDR panels, whatever you want to call them, to 1600 nits of peak brightness. Even the MacBook Pro with the latest mini-LED does 1600 nits. So this is actually a new era in a way for Apple, and I think this is going to be a big push for them to say when you're calibrating movies and stuff like that. A lot of stuff is calibrated against 1000 nits, and then like 1% areas are calibrated potentially against like 5000 nits or something like that. So I think Apple will try to push the industry into making even like 10% windows of the screen or something like that up to 2000 nits. Some say that price increases are related to the M6 MacBook Pro. No, I think the price increases right now basically entirely come from the RAM and storage push. It is cheaper for Apple to add more RAM or more storage, and slightly increased prices actually give you better value than the upgraded versions were on the previous generation. Then it is for them to just rely on the same configurations, because at this point creating a 256 gigabyte MacBook Air might even be a risk, right? Because storage is a bigger percentage. $999 still sounds a little bit iffy for a device with 256 gigabytes. Just make it $1099. Hope to sell way more of it. Double down on your storage and RAM orders. Now, in fact, Apple has actually pushed storage and RAM speeds again. The M5 Pro and M5 Max MacBook Pro, for example, feature up to 14.5 gigabytes per second. We'll get to that once we get there. I apologize. Once again, guys, if you really want me to read your message, make it a super chat, and please don't forget to like. We have so many people watching. Help YouTube actually know that I'm a somewhat decent YouTuber, and help other people find the stream. That would be a tremendous help, and I would love you all the more for it. Jamie saying the tandem OLED on my iPad Pro is absolutely amazing. I'd love the display in every device. Believe me, brother, so do I. Like, I still have my M1 iPad Pro and my M1 Max MacBook Pro, and I'm very happy with tandem with mini LED. I'm very happy with ProMotion, even though these are slower ProMotion panels. They do not have the quantum dot technology that Apple introduced on the M4 and M5 MacBook Pros, and they obviously do not have anything on tandem OLED on the iPad Pro, which obviously has also way faster pixel response times, pixel to pixel brightness control. Yeah, so this is the only way this display actually beats the tandem OLED, which is instead of 1600 nits of peak brightness for HDR content, this jumps to 2000 nits. In addition to a wider color gamut, which I also would believe is the first time Apple went significantly beyond P3. We'll have to see. Content jumps off the screen with breathtaking contrast, vibrancy, and accuracy. With its 120 Hz refresh rate, Studio Display XDR, this is one thing where I'm disappointed. Honestly, I would have thought, and I almost think it would be smarter if Apple had pushed this price up. So the base version is still $15.99. With the same even like configuration for the monitor, for the stand and things like that, but it's basically getting none of the extra features. It's not getting the XDR, it's not getting the 120 hertz. They do mention that it's 120 hertz, and I put that even in my title because they do not call it ProMotion. This is interesting. I would be very surprised if it has no form of variable refresh rate, but we'll get to the spec points as we go through the newsroom report, and then of course go to Apple's website. And some of you asked about the price. Yes, $15.99 for the base version and $32.99, which Apple is so freaking greedy, right? They couldn't even make this like they couldn't make this like $29.99, right? Like somewhat like a rounder number of like exactly $3,000. But even funnier, they even made it more expensive than double of this, right? Because this is basically $1,600. They could have priced this at $31.99 at double the price, but they even went $100 above that, which is a little bit crazy. So the Studio Display XDR is more responsive to content in motion, and adaptive sync dynamically adjusts frame rates. So I do not know why they don't refer it to as ProMotion then. Is this some kind of other adaptive sync? I mean, because in a way, ProMotion is adaptive sync. Are they using the term adaptive sync because it's just more of an industry standard? Are they trying to push this onto non-Apple customers? Would be my yes, and part of the value is let's look at the stand. Okay, so the Studio Display XDR has the same camera and audio. It has Thunderbolt 5 connectivity. All makes sense, right? Basically everything the Studio Display has, the Studio Display XDR has, and more. But now comes the funny thing. The new Studio Display comes with a tilt adjustable stand at $15.99, so that's the same configuration as before. And the Studio Display XDR has a tilt and height adjustable stand, which I believe is a $400 upgrade at Apple. I mean, we can look this up. Apple.com. Max displays. Okay, so they removed the Pro Display XDR from the family. First, let's look at the pricing of the Studio Display. You can get both of them still in standard or nano textured glass, which I guess Apple does simplify the logistics for themselves by using same-sized panels. This is a $300 upgrade. And the tilt and height adjustable stand, yes, remains a $400 upgrade, which is absolutely crazy pants. You should really get either the standard stand or a Visa mount adapter and just use your own stand. So I guess you can argue this has $400 of included value. It's still a choice between standard display or nano texture with $300 price difference. So thankfully, at least they didn't stretch that pricing. And then the stand is either a tilt and height adjustable stand, or you get the Visa mount adapter, which ironically, the Visa mount adapter should actually come with like a $400 discount by the logic of the original. But I guess you are now paying Apple the price of this stand for this adapter. Here I unironically actually recommend just get the tilt and height adjustable stand, because you're reducing Apple's profit margins versus this configuration. What's the point of base MacBook Pro M5? It's cheaper and the panel is way better than on the MacBook Air, and you can sustain the performance longer. You pay now a lot more for the M5 Pro and M5 Max MacBook Pros. They come now with 1 terabyte of storage, sure, but that's a $600 upgrade, which is over 1/3 of the price. But let's continue. So, tilt and height adjustable stand for the Studio Display XDR. Both have standard or nano textured glass options. You can pre-order both of them tomorrow on March 4th, and availability begins Wednesday, March 11th. So this is the exact story that makes sense. John Turnus is making here the introduction, probably our future CEO of Apple. Apple has led the industry in delivering the world's most advanced display for pros to do their life's best work, and today we do that. I do not agree with this statement. With the introduction of the new Studio Display family, Studio Display gets even better, new 12 megapixel center stage camera, powerful Thunderbolt 5, so I guess both of them feature the same internal processor, whether it's for I/O or for camera and speaker and microphone handling. Again, the rumor was that it's powered by A19. I guess that's something I can look up, right? Tech specs for the Studio Display XDR. So 5K resolution, 2000 nits brightness, 120 Hz, support for 1 billion colors. So this is a 10-bit panel, P3 plus Adobe RGB. So Adobe RGB is a very advanced, very wide color gamut. It's basically like a movie standard. That's interesting. They still offer a metric fuck ton of reference modes, even including medical images. So that's for like when you put like like usually you have like a backlight and you put like your X-ray over it, and to replicate that kind of contrast that you would get with such a solution, there's a special standard for medical images. audio connection. So two Thunderbolt ports up to 100, two Thunderbolt 5 ports up to 120 gigabits per second, and two USB-C ports up to 10 gigabits per second, one upstream Thunderbolt 5 port for host, including 140 watts host charging, so that's fully compliant with the 16-inch MacBook Pro, and one downstream Thunderbolt 5 port for connecting high-speed accessories or daisy chaining additional accessories, or if you basically want also to stick in slower accessories, you get two USB-C ports up to 10 gigabits per second. It's a very interesting the way this is done. Size and weight, all of this makes sense. It's basically the previous one. Studio Display XDR is compatible with the following Macs. That's interesting because obviously my Mac would support it, but I'm not spending $3,300 on this. M1, M1 Pro, M1 Max, M1 Ultra, M2, and M3 support Studio Display XDR at up to 60 Hz. All other Studio Display XDR features are supported, so that's for HDR stuff. iPad Pro M5 supports Studio Display XDR at 120 Hz. All other compatible iPad models supported at 60 Hz. So nice for Apple to actually line that up. Actually creates one value point for the iPad Pro, I guess. I know a lot of people will probably say, well, should you get the M5 iPad Pro versus the M4 iPad Pro because of this? Probably not, but it's still funny. So yeah, the M1 obviously has Thunderbolt 5, that's my iPad, but it would be limited to 60 Hz, which is obviously not what I would want. And yes, that also unfortunately means that my M1 Max is also limited to 60 Hz, which means I'm definitely not getting this panel. I think Apple did, though. The difference is meager. Yeah, the base version is really small. And you also know, by the way, we are getting a new software release, iPadOS 26.3.1, macOS Tahoe 26.3.1, because that's for compatibility. We just got iOS 26.4 Beta 3 yesterday, so they're probably going to share a lot of code from that with 26.3.1, so expect that to launch sometimes this week, I guess. The Thunderbolt 5 Pro cable, okay, is 1 meters in length. I would have kind of loved it to be like 90 centimeters. I can understand 2 meters makes it very expensive and stuff like that, but still, right? But unironically, there's no mention of what drives it, right? I think Apple would have mentioned if it's an A19 chip or if it's a super special chip that's designed just for camera handling. Maybe it's something older. Maybe it's like an A16 processor that's like currently being produced at the Arizona fab for TSMC. But I couldn't tell you. So, new Studio Display XDR. So, we've lined up all of the base technology, 12 megapixel center stage, Thunderbolt 5, thankfully. That's also something interesting. What's the difference between the between this and the other panel when it comes to Thunderbolt 5? Because that would truly suggest that they have the exact same chip. Thunderbolt 5. Yeah, it's the same solution with basically one upstream and one downstream Thunderbolt 5 and two USB-C. So the differences when it comes to just like the chassis and the chip inside are actually really small. Yeah, and the base panel, of course, doesn't really need this because it's 60 hertz, as you guys are talking about in the chat right now. But yeah, it has the Hey S assistant stuff, which is, I guess, is powered by the 3 microphones inside. But yeah, but otherwise, these things seem identical. And you can see there are, of course, far less ifs and buts about this because which is interesting. I did not know that Apple stopped referring to the iPad Pros by generation and now refers to them by processor, which suggests that we will probably never have like a reused processor in a way. on at least not that Apple plans to do it right now. So yeah, that's interesting. But there's no like feature differentiation. If you have one of these supported devices, basically Apple Studio Max and basically Thunderbolt enabled iPads. Lol, iPad Air with 60 hertz at 2026. Well, the iPad Air also comes with a processor that's way more powerful than anything in its class. I mean, like, I know a lot of people come in and they're like, oh, 60 hertz is so bad. And I'm not even gonna like fight this because I have an M1 iPad Pro and M1 Max MacBook Pro. I have used ProMotion even on Apple's larger devices for years. I got the iPhone 13 Pro Max partially because of ProMotion. But I feel like we people need to calm down. Like if you want a mid-range device, you will accept compromises, and those compromises unfortunately are not dictated by you directly, right? You as an individual. They're dictated by what people are usually asking for. In fact, is for the vast majority of people, ProMotion 120 hertz, whatever, 90 hertz, that has, by the way, been a rumor that this would be like 90 hertz based. So that didn't happen. And honestly, I don't think Apple will ever do 90 hertz. I think by the time Apple will push their cheapest devices to 120 hertz, I think that they will push their expensive devices in like 5 or 6 years to 240 hertz. And I think that there will be some justification. We've already seen some 140 hertz smartphones, even some 165 hertz smartphones. But 60 hertz is not that much of a deal breaker to most people. Now, I understand this is a $1,600 monitor. This is a $2,000 monitor with the proper stand. I'm not saying this is a great deal, but and especially since we are finally getting some 5K PC monitors, but this is why you get to vote with your wallet. Don't buy this if you don't like it. I do not like it, right? If I like this, if the Studio Display XDR was $2,000, at least with the Visa mount adapter, not even with that fancier stand, I would probably buy it. Now, I would probably only buy it once I have a MacBook and an iPad that could run it at 120 hertz, but you understand what I'm getting at. So yeah, like, don't always lose yourself in like, oh, in 2026 we need 120 hertz. There are like, once you push into a specific price range, you totally underestimate how the people actually shopping in that price range don't care about certain features. And ProMotion is one of them. Like extreme, like multi-day battery life is often one of them. Wireless charging for a while used to be one of those things, but even then Apple still added MagSafe to the iPhone 17e. So yeah, there's a lot. Will M5 and M4 be a day and night difference for the base MacBook Air? Well, no. Definitely not a day and night difference. I mean, maybe if you're doing a lot of AI tasks because of the neural accelerators, but no. It's so strange, but the Studio Display was such a good deal when it came out at first, but now in 2026 it's just not there. Yeah, Apple should have either reduced the price or they should have truly given it either XDR, right? Maybe it could have even been worse XDR than what's on the Studio Display XDR. Maybe they could have had a Studio Display HDR and then a Studio Display XDR, or they should have had ProMotion on both, which I'm not even sure if they're using vastly different panels, to be honest. So, Riley asking, when is the big chip time? Well, we are going to talk about the M5 soon after, but let's actually finish up the studio talk. So 14 million pixels. So the base version is 600 nits. It's P3 white color. We talked about all of that. Some details on the speakers. There's 30% deeper bass than the previous generation, plus 2 high-performance tweeters for immersive audio. So this is interesting to get some actual numbers. You can daisy chain up to 4 studio displays thanks to Thunderbolt 5. But Again, this is not a huge thing. With the end, you get an included Thunderbolt 5 Pro cable, actually, which is funny that Apple is spending money on that rather than a slightly better panel. You get 96 watts of charging power, so that's different from the regular Studio Display to the Studio Display XDR, which gets up to 140 charging. Okay, 2000 nits of brightness. Okay, now in exact contrast ratio, 1 million to 1. On some devices, Apple advertises 2 million to 1, so this is technically worse than tandem OLED and stuff like that. P3 white color gamut, and on top of that, Adobe RGB, 120 Hz refresh rate with adaptive sync. So hopefully this actually even goes beyond ProMotion. So instead of ProMotion locking into like one specific like hertz, like refresh rate, it would actually constantly be able to fluctuate in a game or something like that, and hopefully also work very well with like AMD GPUs, NVIDIA GPUs, if you decide to use it for some reason with a PC. But we'll have to see what the exact outcome is going to be. It has DICOM medical images imaging preset. That's what I mentioned. That's, for example, for X-ray and CT evaluation, MRIs. Powerful combination of camera and audio, so that's the same thing as on the Studio Display. Thunderbolt 5, workflows like HDR video editing, 3D rendering, and diagnostic radiology, but you will have to work in a very, very expensive medical clinic to get this kind of panel. Okay, it has 2,304 local dimming zones, which is interesting because this is the exact spec, and Apple mentioned like over 2,000 local dimming zones above it, which makes it sound worse than it is. But they were rounding down, which is quite crazy by Apple standards. 1,000 nits of SDR brightness, 2,000 nits of HDR brightness, color accuracy, Adobe RGB, and with it comes 80% of Rec 2020. So Rec 2020 is considered like basically almost perfect. Like it will cover everything the human eye can really see. 80% of it is quite good. It's not groundbreaking. It's going to be worse in that way than like reference monitors, which do cost like $20,000 and stuff like that. So obviously there's a major price difference here. But it still makes sense. I talk as if that's bad, right? This is still the most vibrant monitor that Apple has ever adopted, right? No iPhone, no iPad currently supports Adobe RGB, not even the tandem OLED iPad Pro. So adaptive sync is running between 47 Hertz and 120 Hertz. Okay, so this is basically HDMI 2.1 running underneath it. Not saying it is HDMI 2.1 exactly. It's probably more of an offshoot of DisplayPort standards. But this is, for example, what the PS5 does, which its adaptive sync is 48 Hertz to 120 Hertz. So I would assume that this does not have low frame rate compensation, which usually means if you were to fall under 48, 47 Hertz, instead of losing adaptive sync, it would double internally the actual refresh rate as it's perceived, and instead of giving you a choppy 46 Hertz, it would give you a 92 Hertz, just one that's not actually as fluid as a 92 Hertz actually would be. But yes, they're specifically calling out gaming here, faster frame delivery, and they're also calling out lower display latency. Now, mini-LED displays from Apple, because Apple does not use any kind of overdrive LCD solution, have suffered from relatively high latency, obviously especially versus OLED. Now, Apple has mitigated that somewhat with the M4 and M5 MacBook Pros, which use a quantum dot LCD panel. So I assume this is doing the same thing, and I don't think that a non-quantum dot panel would even get to like Adobe RGB specification. And interestingly to me, because I am in the medical field, Apple introduces new Dicom medical imaging presets and the medical imaging calibrator to enable use in diagnostic radiology, allowing radiology to view diagnostics images directly on the Studio Display XDR. Many medical professionals already use Mac for their office or home setups, true, and Studio Display XDR offers a versatile alternative to single-purpose medical imaging displays, also true. With seamless display mode switching, the medical imaging calibrator on macOS is pending FDA clearance and is expected to be available soon in the US. Okay, so it's not quite finished yet. Does Air M5 come with 120 Hz? Nope. Just as the iPhone 17e does not come with 120 Hz, just like the M4 iPad Air does not come with ProMotion. Guys, Apple has a lot of, and this is not an excuse, but this is an explanation because I want to be honest with you guys. Also, guys, we've been streaming for almost an hour. There are almost 80 people of you here. Please leave a like. That will help attract new people. Subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying this content and want to see more. And of course, you guys see, I love interacting with a lively live chat. Comment down below. Give me your opinions, your agreements, your disagreements, your suggestions, your questions. That helps tremendously. But the reason why Apple is not going to do any crazy like promotion stuff right now is because Apple still wants to upsell you on those more expensive devices. And partially why they want to do that, probably more than ever this year, is because their profit margins are going to take a hit from the much more expensive RAM, from the much more expensive storage. And yes, even their processors are actually getting more expensive to make, if you think about it. Like, it's not just that every new node gets more expensive, but TSMC keeps going back to older nodes and telling their customers, you know what? NVIDIA wants to buy all our 4nm supply. You know what? It's going to get 5% more expensive this year. And you'll take it or leave it, right? Like, we're not even negotiating. Even Apple is now not the top dog. They probably still have some negotiation power with TSMC, but NVIDIA is now the biggest customer for TSMC in terms of revenue. So there's not going to be like an OLED panel at the same price as an LCD panel this year. I fully expect the iPad mini with an OLED display and a redesign and everything to get more expensive, probably by also getting more base storage, but still more expensive. The MacBook Air got more expensive, but it got double the base storage. And expect any kind of like crazy display changes, big value from promotion and things like that, really only if a device already had like crazy profit margins, right? And you can see that with the Studio Display XDR. It is cheaper, and in most ways it's better than the Pro Display XDR. It's just smaller, but the panel is actually in all ways better. So just warning you, if the previous generation didn't have ProMotion, unless it's the iPhone 17, which even surprised me because N1, A19, 256 gigabytes, and ProMotion at the same price, that was a big surprise. And it's a big part of how Apple has grown their market share significantly in 2025 for smartphones. But that was also before actually the current absolute like Ramageddon storage price increases. So Apple will be more careful now. iPad 12 Gen when? I'm not sure. That was, I would have almost bet that it's coming today. I almost wonder if we are getting an iPad Neo and a MacBook Neo tomorrow. Arvajaga 4613. By the way, guys, I cannot, like, I really, believe me, I 100% appreciate having a super international community. I know we have a lot of people watching from India, Indonesia, Thailand, right? But if I mispronounce your name, please don't be angry with me. It's just, first of all, I'm a Westerner, and I was born in Eastern Europe, and I'm reading the chat from like the periphery. So if I get your name wrong, it's no insult to your culture or to your actual name. It's really just my brain only processing it halfway. I'd rather get an M4 MacBook Pro. I can't deal with 60 hertz. Well, believe me, Apple is still happy to sell you an M4 MacBook Pro, right? And you can get an external monitor. Like Apple offers you HDMI 2.1 on those devices. And if you get like the M4 Pro or whatever, you get Thunderbolt 5. So maybe in a few years' time, you'll get like 120 hertz external monitors from Apple at a way lower price. Well, Apple will be happy to sell you that too. Okay, so we have the medical imaging, camera and audio. It does not say what it's powered by. I'm still looking if Apple maybe mentions at some point the fact that it's powered by an A19 chip, but it doesn't. Okay, but yes, Thunderbolt 5 on both devices with the same speed, but you get 96 watts of charging speed on the Studio Display and 140 watts on the Studio Display XDR. So I assume it has a much larger power converter inside. Mark, do you think the Air will be able to handle long-form social media video? Or should I buy the Bullet and go Pro? Like, the only way it really wouldn't be able to is if, like, I don't know, if your room runs super hot and something like that. Or, I don't know, you're using some kind of exotic codec, or you're using 8K video. Even that is actually technically supported on the M5. But really, I don't think that the MacBook Air will be a limiter. Again, you'll get other features and you'll get a better panel, a brighter panel on that MacBook Pro. So consider that. Plus, you'll actually get in some ways better battery life when all other things are equal. But you'll have to, like, we'll watch some reviews. We'll see how much the MacBook Air throttles and stuff like that. But overall, no, I don't think you should have any issues with it. Everyone has been hoping for 32-inch 120Hz Studio Display, but Apple decided it's too much. Yeah, I guess that would kind of be a direct successor to the Pro Display XDR, and then it would be $5,000, right? That would be a pretty typical upcharge for like an actual Pro panel. Being just a little bit larger, I guess. Though 5 inches is still quite a lot. That's what she said, I guess. It's just saying, if the MacBook Neo has 8 gigs of RAM, it might fail. It might. Who knows? My bet is still on the fact that it has 12 gigs of RAM. But we'll have to see. I mean, because look, the iPad Air M4 just got 12 gigs of RAM for $600 at the same $600 as before. It got N1, it got C1X at those $600. If the MacBook finds a way to save money, right? I mean, obviously it has some expensive components in comparison to an iPad because it needs to have a trackpad included, it needs to have a keyboard included, and things like that, right? But if it has an A series chip versus an M series chip, it has a MediaTek Wi-Fi or a Broadcom Wi-Fi 6 or Wi-Fi 6E modem versus Apple's N1 Wi-Fi 7 modem. Like, it does not have cameras on the back. I think it could be like $600. It could be definitely $700 and have 12 gigs of RAM. And at that point, it would be $400 less expensive. And don't forget, the MacBook Air now comes with 512 gigabytes. So now, for those who truly don't care about storage, Apple will have the MacBook Neo with less storage. And also, don't forget the education market, basically people buying stuff for their kids and things like that. That's just always going to be cheaper, right? What I mean by that is, like, people will just care that it's a MacBook and that it's cheaper, right? They won't care about 8 gigs of RAM or 12 gigs of RAM. The people who care will buy at the very least a MacBook Air, and more likely even like the mid-range MacBook Pro. And the enthusiasts who care about stuff like RAM also probably care enough about stuff like storage speed and RAM amount, and then that will push them to the M5 Pro and M5 MacBook Pro. Yeah, I know the MacBook Air M4, if you buy it used or you buy it refurbished, it's like under $800. I realize that, but also you must realize a lot of people just don't like used or refurbished devices. They prefer new. They prefer to go into the Apple Store, just ask what they have to offer, get even like an hour or so of recommend. I see that every time when I go into the Apple Store, people buy iPads that are so much cheaper on like Amazon and stuff like that, but they prefer the buying experience in-house, and they just pull the trigger if it's cheap enough. Yeah, that's my take. Is it worth switching to S26 Ultra and leaving Apple ecosystem? This is actually something, before I transition to a new topic, I tried today the Galaxy S26 Ultra in the store. I did not like it at all. I tried it under the maximum sunlight in the store, and I put my iPhone right next to it. My iPhone got way brighter, and I maxed out the brightness on both. I turned on automatic brightness on both. And this is with privacy display off, right? And even then, its viewing angles are actually worse than my iPhone with a protective cover on top. And its anti-reflectivity, I would say, is a little bit better, but that's versus the actual like display cover that I have on my iPhone, so it's not versus the native panel. And the privacy display, it's actually not that private. I had to go like this almost for it to stop. Like, you can really do that well with a camera, right? Because think about it, you hold your phone like this. To even just switch it 90 degrees, you just do this, right? With your actual head, you can compensate for that privacy display feature really well. Like, if you think this will stop like your girlfriend seeing what you're doing on your phone, at the very least she will ask you, why is your privacy display on max mode, not even on the regular, right? Like, sure, it will prevent somebody on like the subway potentially, but somebody who can look directly over your shoulder really won't have any issues. And yes, the display then looks noticeably grainier and everything like that. Also, we watched yesterday the camera comparison from SuperSav. The iPhone, in my opinion, really won versus the S26 Ultra. I actually have to say, I'm getting less and less excited about Samsung stuff. Like, look, I understand there are software questions with like Xiaomi devices, Vivo devices, but when you look at what you get for a little over $1,000 or even less sometimes for the Vivo X300 Ultra, the Xiaomi 17 Ultra. Look, I do not recommend these devices that much because I do think that a lot of it is like very much stolen from Apple. Their ecosystem, their operating systems look like almost like carbon copies of iOS, at least like iOS 18. They haven't copied Liquid Glass yet. But Samsung is just becoming less and less exciting to me. I'm sorry. You guys let me know in the comments if I'm totally wrong, if you tried out the Galaxy and you actually liked it a lot. But at least with the S24 and S25 Ultra, I was really wowed in many ways by the anti-reflective coating. That was really a unique selling point that nobody else had. But I have not seen something like that on the S26 Ultra. Sorry, the privacy display is just not that, especially since it forces compromises for that great anti-reflective coating. Yeah, just my thoughts, my 2 cents, I guess. But we are finally done with the panels or the displays. You can even get them at education prices. That's hilarious. You can save $100 on the $32.99 Pro. Studio Display XDR replaces Pro Display XDR. Starts at $32.99 or $31.99 for education. You heard it here first. Guys, buy that for your college or stuff like that. Just joined. Have we talked about the MacBooks yet? No. We've actually been talking an hour about the new studio displays. So we can actually now, after a full hour, finally transition to the MacBooks. We're going to start with the least exciting one. I'm gonna edge you guys a little bit. Bear with me, I don't always have this many viewers. This channel grew a lot, just some context for anybody who is new. We used to be a little bit more of a drama channel. We covered some stuff about Linus Tech Tips and things like that. And we used to get many more viewers back then. But since then, I've grown up, I've come down. I still have a decent amount of subscribers, but not so many live viewers usually. But so I'm gonna enjoy this a lot today. Mom, I need a Pro Display XDR for my studies. I need the front to be crisp. Not just crisp, you need it also to be high refresh, right? And you need it to be XDR, right? 600 nits is not enough for your studies. You're gonna need 2000 nits. I honestly think I could talk about the studio displays all day. They're so strange. Well, there's always ways, guys. You know how to force me to keep talking about something. It's regular chats help, super chats basically guarantee some stuff. Is MacBook Air M5 15-inch with 32 gigs of RAM good? Well, it's a good device, but it's not great value because you pay just so much money for those extra 16 gigabytes of RAM. You pay $400, and we'll get to specking up out this MacBook Air. Okay, let's start. The world's most popular laptop, that's still something, I believe the MacBook Air 13-inch and 15-inch are respectively the most popular 13-inch and 15-inch laptops. So I guess now they're just summarize it as the world's most popular laptop. Well, that most popular laptop gets even better with incredible performance of M5, double the starting storage and improved wireless connectivity, packed into a thin, light, and durable aluminum design. I do not need to know what happens with the storage speed, because with the A19 and the M5 generation, we have gotten basically double the storage speed across all configurations. I do not know if 512 gigabytes, they call it faster SSD. Do you get the max 7 gigabytes per second on the 512 gigabyte version, or do you need to upgrade to like the 1 terabyte, 2 terabyte versions? I'm pretty sure at 1 terabyte it gives you the full speed, but I just would be interesting to know. I just got an M5 MacBook Pro a week ago, and now they're selling them with 1 terabyte base now. Wait, what? The base Mac... Wait, no, I thought that it was only the M5 Pro MacBook Pro. Not the 14 inches. Wait, $16.99. That's more expensive by $100. Standard display, M5 chip, 16 gigs of... Oh, okay, so the storage has actually gotten now $100 less expensive across the board. Damn, now the iPhone storage actually looks quite ass by that comparison. Well, not on the iPhone 17e and the iPhone 17, but on the iPhone Pros, it looks quite bad now that it starts with 256 gigabytes. Hey bro, MacBook Air now, all the range starts now at 512, Pros at 1 terabyte, but for M5 Max you need to get 2 terabytes at the very least. Thank you. Base 2. Okay, I did not know that, but it is $100 more expensive for a configuration that previously used to be a $200 upgrade. To be quite honest, I think this is a better value. Now, it's obviously objectively a better value than the previous 1 terabyte configuration because it is $100 less expensive than that 1 terabyte configuration, but it's also just across the board better than the 512 because honestly, I did not recommend it. Well, this to me now tells the entire story now, right? The MacBook Neo is going to be now 256 gigabytes. I'm absolutely convinced of that. It's either going to have 8 or 12 gigs of RAM. It's going to have PCI 3 storage speed, so at 3.5 gigabytes per second. I would bet almost then that it's powered by the A19 chip. Like it might use the iPhone Air's chip, like the Bint A19 Pro with like 5 GPU cores. I think that just would make sense. That would allow Apple to use the same storage modules, but fewer of them. It would allow Apple to use the same RAM modules, but fewer of them. It will probably have like a 400 nits screen. It's like slightly under 13 inches. Probably still have a notch. Probably have slightly thicker bezels. And now the pricing actually does come into my head. The only question I still have about the MacBook Neo is it going to be $600 or $700 as a starting price? Because that also would in my head modify the exact like RAM amount it could have. Okay, it's now getting a little bit clearer. As you're saying, in Canada where I live, it's not cheaper. It's an extra 300 Canadian dollars. Well, what has happened with the Canadian dollar over the last year? Has it gone down versus the US dollar? Because the euro has actually strengthened a lot in the last year versus the USD. I'm not so sure about what happened with Canadian dollars. Did they include a power adapter last year in the UK store, the new MacBook Pro? They actually stopped including that with the M5 MacBook Pro. So that's a relatively new practice, but it's not entirely new. Okay, now we are getting a much more comprehensive image. iPad 12 launch date. Again, it could be that tomorrow we might get 2 Neo devices. An iPad Neo, which would replace the base iPad. At that point, I would also bet that it's probably going to get a little bit of a price increase. And a MacBook Neo, and they would kind of be like the base A models in their lineup, with the iPad Neo being like $400, the MacBook Neo being like $600, and that would scale up quite nicely across the lineups. Okay, so like 300 CAD is like 200 USD. Yeah, I know. I mean, like if it has substantially changed, and I mean, we can look that up. USD to Canadian dollars in the last year. No, that means the Canadian dollar actually got stronger over the last year, right? Because it gives you like 5% less Canadian dollars versus the same amount of US dollars. Interesting. Maybe some other regulation that's impacting prices, or it could also be like tariff realities, which this is a whole other can of worms that I cannot be bothered to go into right now. I recently bought a MacBook Pro with the M5 chip, 24 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte SSD. Now what should I do? I just found out that they're launching the M5 Pro chip. Well, it depends on if you can actually leverage that M5 Pro chip. But before we talk about those M5 Pro and M5 Max chips, let's actually finish our talk about the MacBook Air. We're getting so easily distracted with so many people watching. Thank you guys. It's so fun to have you all here. Once again, recommendation, join the Discord, subscribe to the channel, leave a like, share the video out with anybody who you think might enjoy it. Comment regularly, comment with a super chat, whatever you want to do. Just help us grow the channel, help us grow the community. It's very much appreciated. M5 features a faster CPU, next generation GPU. Now, this is all stuff that we have obviously known. The M5 is already in the iPad Pro, in the Apple Vision Pro, in the MacBook Pro, so that's not new. It has neural accelerators in each core. It's still slower than the Apple neural engine. I've seen some discussions about it recently on Twitter, especially on iPhone. The neural engine is way faster. And if you just kind of double the GPU performance, it still would be slower than the latest 16-core neural engine. But it's getting closer. So maybe if Apple at some point doubles the amount of like neural accelerators per GPU core, maybe it could become better at some point than the neural engine, especially on the M Pro and M Max chips, where the GPU has always been way bigger portion of the die than the neural engine. 512 gigabytes faster SSD, configurable up to 4 terabytes, so that's versus 2 terabytes before. And it uses the N1 wireless chip, so that gives it Wi-Fi 7, Bluetooth 6, 12 megapixel center stage camera, 18 hours of battery life, and Thunderbolt 4. So you're not getting full Studio Display XDR support actually here. Now, that's just on my mind because we just talked about the Studio Display XDR, but yes, if you want that one, you will have to go M4 Pro, M4 Max, or M5 Pro, M5 Max. These are Thunderbolt 4 MacBooks. Though it's interesting because, wait, what does it say? What did it say about the compatibility, actually? I thought that the M5 iPad Pro got like 120 hertz. Learn more. Give me tech specs. Give me tech specs. There they are. iPad Pro M5 supports Studio Display XDR at 120 hertz. All other. Okay, so no, it seems like you are getting actually this. So you don't need Thunderbolt 5 for the actual full display features. You just need basically better, you just need full Thunderbolt 4. But then if you have Thunderbolt 5, you also get to connect way more accessories with it, or way faster accessories to your display. So that's interesting. So no, you could actually run this on the MacBook Air. Guys, if I ever say something wrong, feel free to correct me. My brain can only work so fast with so much information and with the chat at the same time and while being super hungry. I'm eating the Kraken, by the way, from Pirates of the Caribbean. Does the M4 iPad Pro not support 120 hertz? Well, it does on its own display. And I guess if you, I'm not even sure, I guess I could look into like tech specs. It does not support it on the Studio Display XDR, but I guess it would support it on like on like a worse display, I guess, like 1080p or something like that. This is now me looking at the M5, but I guess M4 wouldn't be that far behind, except for Studio Display XDR support, like where's external displays, sensors, Apple Pay, display support, 6K at 60 hertz or 4K at 120. And I think that was actually also true for previous Thunderbolt iPads. So it does support it, just not at 5K and high dynamic range. Apple TV 4K, no, believe me, I'm also waiting for a new one. I have the A15 version. I still would like to get an A17 Pro or an A18 version. Let us quickly finish up the MacBook Air here. Yeah, I see a lot of people are actually waiting for the 12th gen iPad. That's interesting. Well, we don't know. Again, it could come tomorrow alongside the MacBook Neo. Apple could say, here are our most affordable iPads and here's our most affordable MacBook yet, right? And here is our highest value iPad, right? I could see Apple framing tomorrow's announcement. Like today's announcements are very much about the enthusiast crowd, right? Even the M5 MacBook Air is still more powerful than like the MacBook Neo. And then you move up to like the M5 Pro, M5 Max MacBook Pro. You move to the much more demanding Studio Display XDR, right? $3,300 monitor. Uh, Basically, yesterday was about big mass market iPhone 17e, iPad Air, but devices that might not be the most exciting ones, especially since they also have direct predecessors in a way. The MacBook Neo is going to be new in the lineup in a way. Today is about enthusiast, and tomorrow might actually be about new stuff, right? Neo. Like in the Matrix. Again, John Turnus, future Apple CEO, most likely. By the way, guys, do you want? Oh, the dark mode does not actually expand to the website, but well, okay. I actually expected this to like switch black and white. um, I'm not sure if there's like a website toggle for dark mode on Apple's website. I can find it at the very least. Okay, so the new MacBook Air with M5 brings incredible performance and even more capability to the world's most popular laptop. With M5, MacBook Air powers through a wide range of tasks, from everyday productivity to creative workloads, and is even faster for AI. Now featuring double the starting storage, Wi-Fi 7 and Bluetooth 6, so this comes all from the N1 modem. In a sleek and durable design with long battery life, MacBook Air is the perfect laptop to take with you. Okay, so 10-core CPU, either an 8-core or a 10-core GPU, now with neural accelerators. That's very standard. Basically, on the M5 MacBook Pro, you always get the fully enabled one. On the MacBook Air, you have to pay $100 extra for that. It features 9600 megatransfers per second memory. That's how it gets over 150 gigabytes per second of bandwidth. And these are speed comparisons that we have already seen before. Double the starting storage and a faster SSD. It now comes standard with 512 gigs of storage, double that of the previous generation, and can be configured up to 4 terabytes for the first time. The new SSD also delivers 2 times faster read performance compared to the previous generation. Interestingly, they don't say up to 2 times faster, so that suggests that even the base 512 gigabytes is faster than before. Significantly accelerating. I thought that when Apple was switching to like PCIe 4 speeds, they would basically like bin it almost, and they would use like maybe two 256 gigabyte storage modules, and then like 4 256 gigabyte storage modules, and then like double the speed between the 512 gigabyte version and the 1 terabyte versions, but seemingly no. Which is great, because that's something that Apple, like, it's funny that in the year where Apple faces more RAM and storage pricing pressure than ever before, Apple has doubled storage speeds on most devices. They've doubled storage amounts on many devices. It's quite cool. Fun, MacBook Pro press is dark while MacBook Air is white. Oh, true, true. I didn't even consider that. Any discounted last-gen iPad would probably be better than iPad 12, though. Yeah, that's what I've also tried to tell people. Do not underestimate people's unwillingness to buy discounted or refurbished or used stuff. I understand, though, if you are a value chaser, which you probably should be if you're choosing between the base iPad and the iPad Air, you should really look at used, refurbished, and especially discounted versions. But many people do not. They do not even look much below MSRP. They just see, oh, there is something under my price limit, like under 400 or under 500, and then they buy it, and then they don't care. 500 nits of brightness on the 13.6 and 15.3 inches, 18 hours, 6 additional hours when compared to an Intel-based MacBook Air, fast charging. Okay, did this all make sense? So basically the chip upgrade alongside the M5 is here the N1. This is actually now something that puts the MacBook Air ahead of the MacBook Pro, which is limited to a Wi-Fi 6E and a Bluetooth 5.3 modem. Because it launched so early, I guess the N1 wasn't simply ready for it. But yes, In a way, there's now some ways in which the MacBook Air beats the MacBook Pro, even with the same chip. Apple says 500 nits because low cost might be 400. I agree. I think they will probably use the same pixel density with Retina display. It could also mean that it could be like that the base model might not use even like a laminated screen, right? If Apple is willing to make the lid a little bit thicker, they could do what they do on the base iPad, and they don't give it a laminated screen, which does impact like viewing angles a little bit. And on touchscreen, you can actually almost hear it a little bit, which of course you won't be touching the MacBook Neo screen. It's not rumored to get a touchscreen, unlike the tandem OLED MacBook Pros. Yeah. Okay, two Thunderbolt 4 ports, so no extra ports like the MacBook Pro. You're still limited to all Thunderbolt ports being on one side and then having one headphone jack on the other. We can look at the colors because everything else is just macOS, Tahoe, and stuff like that. So let us actually look first at pricing configurations for the MacBook Air, which is interesting. Like, one thing I'm really surprised is that Apple even offers 4 terabyte configurations, because who the hell buys a 4 terabyte MacBook Air? Because at that point, you're paying so much more money for that storage. Why not just get the MacBook Pro at that point? So you have sky blue, silver, starlight, and midnight. So you have the same colors as before. Yeah, no C1X chip. There is still no cellular internet MacBook, unfortunately. Let's go with midnight, my favorite color, though I do love sky blue. Okay, so you get Bint chip, 8-core GPU, but obviously 512 gigabytes, 16 gigs of RAM. And then for $100, you get the full version. Let me actually look at the difference in terms of... Oh, you actually don't get different power adapters anymore. You get the 40 watts dynamic power adapter. That's the one that was introduced on the base for everyone. And you either get the 31 dual USB-C for $20 more, or 70 watts for $20 more. Apple should really give us like a dual port charger with like 80 watts or something like that. It's just so stupid, because technically you're actually downgrading your storage speed. So I would recommend you either get this one or this one. Or unless maybe you already have like a 100-watt charger at home, then yeah, maybe get this one, because it is pretty unique. And RAM upgrades remain. See pricing. Jesus Christ, why is that so complicated? 12. Okay, so it's the same $200 per 8 gigabytes of extra RAM, and yeah, it stays the same here. Okay, nothing crazy. I guess the same is here for 1 terabyte. 1 terabyte versus 512 costs you $200. 2 terabyte costs you $400 on top of that. So that's the same as before. And that's $600 on top of that. I'm actually not sure. Does that make the 4 terabyte cheaper than it was before? Because $22.99 for 4 terabytes and $16.99 for 2 terabytes, right? Am I wrong? Is this not more is this not less money per gigabyte? What? Because that's $600, but by the usual logic, it would be an $800 upgrade. I do not remember the last prices. Can any of you like look that up quickly? Because that's interesting. That's like, Apple does not provide the chart of like previous MSRPs. They provide the chart with like previous features. So that's something that's easy to lose track of. But I think it's a solid device. And I think now I actually highly recommend the base versions. Both the 13-inch and... Oh, let's actually see. Is the 15-inch still unbinned? Yeah. You do not... Yeah. So with the 15-inch at $12.99, the value is actually really great because obviously you do not have to pay anything extra for the CPU, for the fully enabled SoC. So here, I actually fully recommend the base version, and I think it's going to be a great product for a lot of people. I would also recommend keeping an eye out now more on like M4 MacBook Airs and stuff like that, because the presence of these devices being cheaper will probably like realistically really bring down the prices of used and refurbished devices for those. But that's about it for the MacBook Air. Let's get to the really cool stuff. Let's get to the M5 Pro and M5 Max MacBook Pro, which Apple says deliver breakthrough pro performance and next level on-device AI. The world's best pro laptop raises the bar again with blazing fast CPU and GPU performance, plus up to 2 times faster SSD speeds, and now 1 terabyte of starting storage. We've already discussed that before. MacBook Air 15-inch got lower price increase. No. Even before with the MacBook Air, the 15-inch MacBook Air, you did not have to pay extra money for the unbinned chip. So that was always part of the $200 price difference. Basically, $100 of it is the actual larger device and everything, and part of the $100 was the unbinned chip. The only thing I would argue is that because the base version is just such good value. On both, the fact that both of them are $100 more expensive actually is a smaller percentage increase for the 15-inch and therefore makes this a better value. Just as I would argue the fact that this one starts with 1 terabyte, yes, it does not actually give you lower pricing for that 1 terabyte. It's exactly the same price as the 1 terabyte was before. But I'm happy that people who buy these devices will not be completely bottlenecked by the storage amount that they're buying, right? Like, really, you should have always been buying 1 terabyte with M Pros, but definitely with M Max. And Apple thought, you know what, bro? If you want M Max, now you have to get it with 2 freaking terabytes. Okay, so 14 and 16-inch MacBook Pros, Apple calls them all new, but again, the same form factor, about the same display and stuff like that. With M5 Pro and M5 Max, MacBook Pro features a new CPU with the world's fastest CPU core and next generation GPU with a neural accelerator in each core. So that GPU architecture is about what we expect. That CPU core, though, that's some interesting shit. Now, I know some people have already started saying it's just a rebranding of performance cores. I can kind of get that, but it's also a little bit interesting. Okay, they unfortunately they do not provide that. Like, they do not provide like a Geekbench score, which would be great. Let me quickly look here. Okay, good. Guys, everyone in the Discord is very active, so if you feel like joining over there, please do so. It's a really fun, small community. The link is right on the top of the live chat. I'm not sure if that's if it's safe for that long, but it's also in the description of this channel. So if you want to stay then up to date with all of us after the stream, go there. Okay. World's fastest CPU core. Now it's the super core, basically. A next generation GPU with neural accelerator in each core. Higher unified memory bandwidth. I've done the quick math. It's basically 9600 megatransfers versus 8533 before. Altogether delivering up to 4 times the AI performance compared to the previous generation and up to 8 times the AI performance compared to M1 models. So you see that Apple's AI efforts have quite increased in speed, right? In terms of relative gains. This allows developers, researchers, business professionals, and creatives to unlock new AI-enabled workflows right in the MacBook Pro. It comes with 2 times faster SSD performance and starts at 1 terabytes of storage for M5 Pro and 2 terabytes for M5 Max. It also comes with N1, so that's something it now has in common with the MacBook Air, the iPad Air, but not obviously the iPhone 17, the iPhone Air, the iPhone 17 Pro, but not something it has in common with the M5 MacBook Pro, which is quite funny. It has Wi-Fi 7 and Bluetooth 6. It also offers up to 24 hours of battery life, a gorgeous liquid retina XDR display with a nano texture option, and still Thunderbolt 5. Of course, that was introduced just last generation. A 12 megapixel center stage camera, studio quality mics, immersive 6-speaker sound system. Apple does not make here any concrete statements about if any of these things are better than before. Apple Intelligence, macOS Tahoe, and to anyone who was asking about when you can actually get it, you can start pre-order it tomorrow on March 4th, and then availability begins on March 11th, so basically the next Wednesday. And once again, Apple's future CEO, John Ternus, MacBook Pro with M5 Pro and M5 Max redefines what's possible on a Pro laptop, up to 4 times faster, again, this is for AI tasks, than the previous generation. With neural accelerators in the GPU, the new MacBook Pro enables professionals to run advanced LLMs, large language models, on device and unlock capabilities that no other laptop can do. Yeah, maybe. Well, it does have way more memory than an RTX 5090 mobile, which has like 24 gigs. This one maxes out at 128. Sorry, I'm hungry. I do also want to eat a banana, but I feel like that will generate some really bad publicity. Okay, the rest is just PR talk. Blazing performance. Okay, this is the real stuff, guys. This is what most of you came for, and I edged you along for 1.5 hours, so I hope you're really into this. M5 Pro and M5 Max are built using the new Apple-designed Fusion architecture. So this was a long-term leak, rumor, suggestion, whatever. Apple is switching to chiplets. They are not doing that on the A series and the base M series. These are small enough dies. You can scale their performance just by using a newer node, by using newer architectures. And they're not going to get prohibitively expensive. With really large SoCs, which the M4 Pro kind of was, the M4 Max definitely was, it really becomes a question of cost, but then also a question of scale, right? Because if you want to add more GPU cores, well, now you already have the burden of so many CPU cores, the neural engine, the media encoders. If you realistically want to add more GPU cores, making the die even larger will result in worse yields, will result in way higher pricing, right? And then you will have to design yet another die, and then you have to make sure that enough people actually buy that die at those high costs to justify even making it. Well, with chiplets, you can have your CPU, and then you can see, well, do I need 1 GPU chiplet? Do I need 2 GPU chiplets? Maybe I can use the same CPU chiplet for the Pro and Max. Maybe I can even use 1 or 2 different GPU chiplets between one or the other, right? So now, chiplets do have some downsides. That's absolutely true. They have higher latency than obviously a single die solution. And with the higher latency to overcome it, they usually consume a little bit more energy. Now, a lot of that has been really getting much, much better, but that's partially, I think, why it's important that Apple keeps mentioning things like battery life and stuff like that to make sure that we are not losing a lot while gaining a lot, right? The new Fusion architecture is engineered from the ground up for AI. Sure, Apple. This innovative design combines two dies into a single system on a chip, providing tremendous performance boost. M5 Pro and M5 Max feature a new up to 18-core CPU with 6 super cores. So that's something I even put in my title. They call it the world's fastest CPU core and 12 all new performance cores. So this is important because, and this is something I really have seen some people not understand yet. This is a new core that Apple has not used yet. If it is based on the previous E-cores, it most likely is a version of that with more cache and higher clock speeds. Because when we actually look at the compare, here's the MacBook Air M5, here's the M4 Pro and M5 Max. When we actually look at it, you can see that Apple now calls the previously named performance cores on the M5 super cores. So the super cores here might be higher clocked. So versus 4.6 gigahertz, maybe this is now 4.8 or something like that. But the performance cores here, because Apple previously called this a performance core, but now it's a super core. But now this is a performance core, while these are staying as efficiency cores. So this is very important because this now means that across the board, while yes, the P cores, what we previously called the P cores, are now, I guess, S cores. They are the same, most likely architecturally, as the one on the A19 Pro P cores and as on the M5 base one. But these performance cores, they are new. Now, they could be derivative of the previous E cores. They could be derivative of the previous P cores. Maybe the same architecture, but with less cache or something like that. But this is a new thing from Apple. Thirsty3101 saying, I was going to get a base M4 Air with 256 SSD. So glad I waited because now I can get the 512 SSD for the same price. That's great, man. This is why you should wait when we are close to reveals, right? You should not really care about like, oh, I can wait 6 months, I can wait a year. Sure, you can always do that, but that's different from waiting a month or two, right? And you should consider like the value proposition of a new device versus waiting and saving some money, always also in the context of how long you wait. I feel like some people will just wait endlessly at that point. So we have up to 20 GPU cores or up to 40 GPU cores. So this is pretty much my only disappointment here. Now, I should also mention, of course, if we compare it to the previous M4 Pro and M4 Max, there are actually some differences. So previously, when it comes to performance cores, we actually had way more of those, right? We had up to 10 performance cores on the M4 Pro, and I think on the M4 Max we had up to 12 performance cores, but we had a very small amount of efficiency cores. So the balance is kind of flipped, and now we really have to see how do these performance cores compare, how much multi-threading performance can be leveraged here, and what's the efficiency story about this. And ironically, it's going to be very interesting as a comparison to the Snapdragon X2 Elite Extreme, which also offers up to an 18-core CPU consisting out of 6 premium cores, I believe they call them, and 12 performance cores. So Apple's branding is now slightly misleading, similar to what Qualcomm does. Which one is better, M4 Air or M5 Air? I have this. Well, yeah, I think the problem is whenever you look at like cooling and stuff like that, you'll have to look at real world results. I would argue that the better networking is really going to be a big deal here. Like N1 is going to be a big change, and a lot of your regular use cases, which are not going to generate a lot of heat, they will actually get a lot more efficient from using this new modem. Okay, so we still have this difference between we have double. Okay, we can actually read that, I think, in the story or in the newsroom report before we get to the tech specs. Chilling with tech. Does the new MacBook Pro have vapor cooling? No. But it does have active cooling. And we'll have to see how much performance this new chiplet architecture truly needs. So, two dies into a single system. So I assume we'll have a CPU die with up to 6 super cores, 12 new performance cores, which are kind of a replacement for E-cores, and a GPU die. I assume that's the solution. They're also mentioning up to 30% faster performance, so that's under 3. Results are compared to the previous generation 16-inch MacBook Pro with Apple M4 Pro 14-core CPU. So that's the one with 10 performance cores and 4 efficiency cores, 12 core, 20-core GPU. Okay. Is it 30% faster against just that one? Or also against the Max version? Because then against the Max, it would only be like 15% faster or something like that. M5 Pro is designed for users running complex workflows. That obviously makes sense. It offers like more memory and things like that. So 4 times faster LLM prompt processing than M4 Pro and M4 Max, up to 8 times AI image generation in M1 Pro and M1 Max. Yeah, this scales similarly to how like the A19 Pro scales versus the A18, how the M5 scales versus the M4. So there are no extra GPU cores, and the GPU architecture seems in line with what we had before. What's interestingly though is that raw GPU power increase is up to 50% faster than the graphics performance compared to M4 Pro and M4 Max. So on the A19 and the M5, I think that's a smaller uplift that Apple advertises. Is it not? Like, I thought that they advertised like a 35% increase. At 28%, so that's the memory. Oh man, they don't. Oh, here, 1.5 times faster than MacBook Air. Oh, that might be specifically ray tracing. Okay, that might not be raster performance. Then this might be ray tracing for like rendering and things like that. Zorog sending some love from India with a lot of Indian flags. Hi. So enabling motion designers to work with complex 3D scenes in real time and VFX artists to preview effects instantly and with a faster and more power efficient neural engine. Well, that's also something I believe they say about the A19 and the M5. A high unified memory bandwidth. The new MacBook Pro delivers incredible on-device performance. M5 has 64 gigs of unified memory, 307 gigabytes per second. So that's based on 9600 mega transfers per second on a 256-bit bus. M5 Max doubles that, 128 gigs of RAM. These are the same RAM maximums as before, and 614 gigabytes per second of memory bandwidth. So that's 9600 mega transfers per second memory over a 512-bit bus. 7.8 times faster AI image generation performance with M1 Pro. 3.7 times faster than MacBook Pro with M4 Pro. So these are AI improvements. So we have anywhere from like a 3 to 4x improvement in AI processing, LLM prompt processing. 3D rendering is, of course, way faster than M1 Pro. That's because M1 Pro, M2 Pro don't have hardware-accelerated ray tracing. M3 and up do. And here we're actually not getting that big of a leap versus the M4 Pro, but it's still decent for a gen-on-gen improvement, of course. 1.6 times faster performance with ray tracing in games like Cyberpunk Cyberpunk 2077. So that's nice, a real world gaming actually thing. I wonder if part of the extra performance could be from the CPU using less power to do its thing because of the new performance cores being probably more useful for multi-threaded stuff than E-cores. And that might allow the GPU to consume a little bit more power. And if it is like truly like architecturally like 30% faster in raster, 45 to 50% faster in ray tracing, maybe it can gain like a 5, 10, 15% more performance on top of that by consuming a little bit more power. That would be very interesting to know. 14 and 16 inch with M5 Max deliver, so we have pretty much the same scaling, 8 times in AI versus M1 Max, 3.8 times faster with M4 Max. You can really see the scaling because obviously this is a GPU task. Now the GPU has a neural accelerator per core, so that scaling makes a lot of sense. Guys, we've been streaming now for over 2 hours. I feel a little bit entitled to just bother you a little bit. Please, if you're enjoying this and you want to see more, subscribe to the channel, like the video, help us get up to like 40 likes because we have almost 50 people watching. That helps tremendously with the algorithm. That helps us attract new people, helps us grow the community, makes the live chats more vibrant, brings more people in for you to engage with, so that helps a lot. And of course, if you want to support me directly, consider making this chat a super chat or becoming a channel member right here on YouTube. There are different tiers that you can subscribe to. I will be back tomorrow to then react to the MacBook Neo and whatever the new iPad is going to be, if it is coming tomorrow, or maybe other hardware like Apple TV. And I will be covering, of course, whatever else is to come. Sorry, my knee is very itchy today, so I'm not doing anything bad under the table, just scratching my freaking knee. Up to 5.4 times faster video effects rendering in Blackmagic DaVinci Resolve. So this is again a hardware accelerated ray tracing stuff. And that's actually something that I do not quite understand. 3 times faster than MacBook Pro with M4 Max. So I do not know what this improvement comes from. Like, is there a media engine that's completely new? And 3 times faster AI video enhancing performance in Topaz video. So these are huge gains. We'll have to see if they fully scale like that across all AI tasks. We'll have to see also how much of Apple's own Apple Intelligence stuff they put on device. So a lot of stuff to consider. Faster storage performance and increased starting storage, even though, of course, here you do not get extra value from it necessarily as you get on the MacBook Air. You get the same price for the 1 terabyte configuration as before, and if you for the M5 Pro, and if you want the M5 Max, you'll also have to accept that you now have to pay for at least 2 terabytes of storage. Is it really that fast in AI? I'm not sure. We'll have to see. Like, a lot of times, some of these numbers might refer to time to first token. Now, Apple actually brings up real-world tasks, which is interesting because this is actual like image generation. Now, the time to first token has been severely limited on Macs and iPhones before that versus something like NVIDIA's Blackwell architecture, right? With its tensor cores and things like that. So that's something that Apple basically fixed on the A19, on the M5, whatever, but usually that doesn't result in the task finishing quite 4 times faster. So maybe there's more architectural changes here. I'm not sure. Maybe Apple is just giving us some of the best outcomes. Maybe they're also considering even how much time it takes to like load up the large language model because the storage is faster. We'll have to see. Magoo TV, I am not able to open the comparison page on the Apple side. How are you doing this? You go to basically whatever you want to see, whether it's Macs or iPads, right? And then down here, you'll find the compare whatever, right? In this case, it would be compare Mac. Here it's compare iPad, compare iPhone. And then it just brings it up. and then it shows you whatever devices. Wait, how far back does it go? Okay, it does go back quite a while to the iPhone 7, but it does not go back to like the original iPhone. And on here, it goes down to like 2017 Intel Macs, like the 2017 iMac, and then like the 2019 Mac Pro. Okay, storage. That's something very exciting. I've mentioned before that Apple has double storage, and like the A19 Pro. You're welcome, Mago TV. Guys, as I tell you, I love helping you. Let me know what questions, suggestions, agreements, or disagreements you have in the live chat. It does stress my brain just a tiny bit, but I really enjoy interacting with you guys. And by the way, before I continue with this, because this is obviously the highlight of the stream, I understand, I do want to stay a little bit longer than just quote unquote covering these devices. So if you have any suggestions for YouTube videos from other YouTubers I should watch, like yesterday, for example, we watched the camera comparison between the iPhone 17 Pro Max and the Galaxy S26 Ultra. By SuperSav. If you have something like that you would like me to watch, you can leave that as a suggestion in the chat. That would be very much appreciated. Okay, so the storage is 2 times faster, up to 14.5 gigabytes per second, which is basically exactly 2 times faster as the previous 7.5 or 7.25. That's a little bit like you probably are not getting that often the absolute max storage speed. It accelerates workflows for professionals across 4K and video projects, LLMs, and now you get 1 terabyte of base storage. Of course, this is my comparison page. Let me actually also open up a pricing page. So 14 inches. So again, $200 price increase here. That also, of course, means now 1 terabyte standard display. M5 Pro gives you a binned one with 15-core CPU, 16-core GPU, or 18-core CPU, 20-core GPU for $200. That's actually quite okay versus what I see like some Panther Lake upgrades cost between like... Riley, I could be an asshole. You're telling me to play Resident Evil Requiem on my MacBook. I could load PlayStation Remote, or what is it called? It's Remote Play. But I would have to buy it on my PS5 Pro, which I haven't yet done. I'm not sure if I have the time right now. Between the streams, my personal life, my work, my workout schedule, I didn't even have time to eat today. So, yeah. I might play it. Also, like, Apple did not... Wait, maybe they introduce Resident Evil Requiem alongside the chips? That would have been quite cool, some gaming stuff. But I cannot see Leon Kennedy's beautiful face anywhere here. But we'll have to read the deep dive into the actual chips as well, because I assume this is where Apple will have details on like the chip interconnect technology. But yeah, you have 2 times faster storage, exceptional battery life. Oh, that's something that I would love to see on actually the comparison page. So show me the M4 Pro, not the Mac Mini, no. Wait, where are the M4 Pros? Am I crazy? More laptops. MacBook Air, MacBook Pro. Oh, there it is, 14 inches. Okay. And then we can compare it with the 14-inch M5 Max. I would like to see if there's any bad impact on the battery life from the different GPU solution, basically, from like the chiplet solution. Wait, did I skip it? Okay, so you do get the benefits of the N1 here. Oh, we have Rosa, one long-term supporters joining the chat. Stu saying MacBook Neo leak says it will have MagSafe and Wi-Fi 7. Really? Wi-Fi 7? Wasn't there like a leak that Apple would use like MediaTek Wi-Fi modems on those like non-premium devices? Did that just come out? Is this breaking news? Is this once again pow 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 pow? Oh yeah. Jesus. Okay, so guys, this is breaking news, I guess. I mean, yes, it will have a MagSafe port. Wait, it will have Wi-Fi 7, so it's going to have an N1 modem. Okay, if it has N1, then my bet is it's going to be based on the A19 Pro chip, and it's going to be then $700 rather than $600. It's going to be $699. Okay, I'm going to make this a bet for today. It's going to be $699. It's going to have 256 gigs of storage. It's going to have 12 gigs of RAM, and it's going to have the N1 with Wi-Fi 7, Bluetooth 6. The funny stuff is this makes the M5 MacBook Pro, not the M5 Pro or M5 Max, now look really, really silly. Because that now is the only one that doesn't have Wi-Fi 7. Okay. By the way, guys, thank you once again. Even like our viewers numbers improved now that I'm talking about the chips. We have more likes coming in. Keep those coming. I think it helps YouTube attract more people to the stream. That's very, very much appreciated. I do not have the most regular streaming schedule, so YouTube fucks me quite a lot when it comes to my viewership going up and down. But yeah, guys, you see, breaking news. You provide me with the with the breaking news, and then I cover it. Upgrading to 2 terabyte used to be $600. Wait, no, I thought, no, that's not true. The 4 terabyte upgrade is $1,000. Oh, they mean $600 is, wait, is that the combined price? I have to check that again. M5 Mac, let's get the bint one. Let's added the 1 terabyte. No, 2 terabytes is still $400 extra. Oh, they mean it's not $600 extra overall, but that's stupid. My real question is the 4 terabyte, because that's $600 versus 2 terabytes, is that something that has actually gotten cheaper? Because I remember it being $800. $200 less than the $1,200 that it used to cost. Okay, so here we actually do have a per gigabyte price reduction, which is actually nice. And it could get somebody like me to maybe even consider a 4 terabyte configuration at the very least. Sorry, have to eat. I'm freaking starving. Thank you for the extra likes and everything. Did I skip something? Oh yeah, I actually wanted to see the battery life comparison. Yeah, I completely forgot. Okay, so we do get the same battery here. 72 watt hours. You do not have to bargain about the power adapter. You get to 96 watt hours now by default. You do not have to upgrade to the unbint M5 Pro version. What the F is a mukbang, Riley? Are you making me say bad words, you freaking asshole? But I love you. Is there no M4 Pro? It's 22 hours, 20 hours. Yes, the reduction was always true here. I can even check. The M4 Max, I think, did the same thing. Oh, it actually promises more battery life versus the 14-inch. It gives you the same 13 hours of wireless web, but it actually gives you 2 extra hours of video streaming on the same 72 watt-hour battery. Let me compare it to the 16-inch version. Jesus, it's so... like the scrolling is totally screwed up with the mouse here. 16-inch M4 Max. Let's look at 16-inch M5 Max here. Yeah, we get 1 hour of extra video. And then if we look at the 16-inch with M5 Pro, we get 24 hours. And if we compare that to the 16-inch with the M4 Pro, these numbers are identical. They still feature 100 watt hours battery, 140 watt power adapters. Okay, this makes sense. No, Riley, I truly don't know, and maybe I don't want to know. Put it in the Discord if it's something bad. Don't mess up my YouTube. I do not have YouTube mods. I have mods on the Discord, but not here. We haven't had as many viewers actually since I covered the M4 Pro and M4 Max MacBook Pro. So I guess I understand now all the better what actually attracts people to the stream. Enhanced AI performance. Okay, that's something Apple has now mentioned 20 times. 24 hours of battery life. 13 hours more than Intel based. Okay. Users will be, which, by the way, thanks to DN1, especially in like complete where everything else is equal, you might be getting even a little bit more, because I would be surprised if DN1 is not like at least like a little bit more efficient, but it probably wouldn't be enough to like add a full hour, but maybe like an hour, another 30 minutes or so. You still have a Liquid Retina XDR mini LED display. That's ProMotion, 1000 nits of SDR brightness, 1600 nits of HDR brightness. So that's what I also kept saying about like the Studio Display XDR. The Studio Display XDR is the first Apple device calibrated to 2000 nits of HDR brightness. Everything else before that was 1600 nits. And before that, it used to be 1200 nits. It actually still is on the iPhone 17e. The new MacBook Air has a wide array of connectivity options, including 3 Thunderbolt 5 ports for high-speed data, HDMI that supports up to 8K resolution, and SDXC card slot. So this is one thing that I didn't think Apple would do, and they didn't. There is a new SD card spec, but it seems like it's only being used by Nintendo, and it seems like it's only being used for micro SD rather than full SD. And that's micro SD Express, right? And that gives you, instead of the usual like 200 to 300 megabytes per second, it gives you 800, right? Or 900 at the max or something like that, right? So again, I'm not a big SD card user. I wouldn't make my purchase dependent on that. If ever this becomes a relevant standard, you probably can just get a decent like Thunderbolt accessory to read it. Doesn't even need to be Thunderbolt with those speeds, to be honest. But that's something that Apple didn't do. It has MagSafe 3 with fast charge. We've seen that 96 watts on the 14-inch, 140 watts on the 16-inch. So Apple has not pushed the power envelope in any meaningful way. I think if the chip actually consumed way more power, we would be seeing some kind of new design, some new cooling, and we might see faster charging breaks. At the very least, I would expect Apple to then bring 140 watts to the 14-inch version. So my expectation is that we are seeing very similar power consumption numbers to the M4 Pro and M4 Max. And one, of course, as we've mentioned now multiple times, because it's on multiple devices, Wi-Fi 7, Bluetooth 6, and 12 megapixel sensor stage camera. Again, I'm dying to get Apple's 18 megapixel camera. That's on the iPhone 17 Air and 17 Pro and Max, but it is a 12 megapixel camera, which is still good by laptop standards, I should say. And yes, they keep advertising macOS Tahoe, which I know a lot of people are not in love with. Here on this channel, we do not hate on Tahoe. I fully accept if not all of you are as into liquid glass, especially on Mac, as I am. I really love it on iPhone. I really love it on iPad. I like it on Mac. I understand that it's not as transformative with a keyboard and mouse experience as it is on like an iPhone or something like that. And Apple's usual environmental claims. Again, because we are so long into the stream, over 2 hours, I do not think it's that necessary to read, but let's actually get to the actual chips, because I always love it when a chip is worthy of its own newsroom report. So it's not just part of the laptop, but the laptop is also part of the story of the chip. It features an advanced CPU, a next generation GPU with neural accelerators, high unified memory bandwidth for a massive increase in AI compute. You see, Apple is pushing that AI stuff. Apple today announced them. The chips are built using the new Apple-designed Fusion architecture, which didn't they call it Ultra Fusion or something like that for the Ultra chips? Will that be still like the differentiation? Like the base chiplets are fused and the ultras are ultra fused? Maybe they just have more chiplets and stuff like that. This innovative design combines two dies into a single SoC system on a chip, which includes a powerful CPU, scalable GPU, media engine, unified memory controller, neural engine, and Thunderbolt 5 capabilities. So they do say two dies. So which to me suggests there's a CPU and the GPU die. Most likely the memory controller, the media engines, I would bet, are probably with the GPU together. That's how most other companies handle it. They do not say that there is an extra die for like the I/O, like for the Thunderbolt capabilities and stuff like that. So that's something that Apple could expand to in the future, but not something that they're seemingly doing right now. M5 Pro and M5 Max feature a new 18-core CPU architecture. It includes 6 of the highest performing core design, now called super cores. So here, actually, Apple is a little bit more honest than before. They're saying now called super cores. They are not branding them as like an all new architecture. They're branding them as a new branding. Alongside these cores are 12 all new performance cores. So here Apple actually commits to using a new architecture. They're saying these are optimized for power efficient multi-threaded workloads, which obviously also gives you now a higher amount of maximum threads versus before. Collectively, the CPU significantly boosts performance by up to 30% for pro workloads. Testing was conducted by Apple in February 2026 using pre-production 16-inch MacBook Pro system. That's M5 Max, 18-core CPU, 40-core CPU, 128 gigs of memory versus 16-inch MacBook Pro with M5 Pro. Wait, 18 core. Oh, this is for current gen. Well as production systems with M4 Max and M4 Pro. Okay, but they do not say which is the exact comparison. They're just saying for the up to, that up to might be for the M4 Pro, but not for versus the for the M5 Pro versus the M4 Pro, but maybe not for the M5 Max versus the M4 Max. So that's something we definitely need more testing on. But given that the battery life expectations are the same, like I think that the jump over the M4 Max is probably not that significant. It's the 30% is probably versus the M4 Pro. And that's again with the CPU, because the CPU is now shared between the M5 Pro and M5 Max. The GPU is still different. So when Apple makes GPU comparison, I would expect them to be like 40-core version versus 40-core version, 20-core version versus 20-core version, and stuff like that. The GPU scales up to next generation architecture, including an M5 to an up to 40-core GPU. Again, like I know some people, including me, had hoped that they would bump it up to like 48 cores. If you think about it, the iPhone has 6 cores, but then the M5 only has 10 cores, and that's how we double it to 20 and 40. But if you actually double it down from the A19, that's 6 cores, you would double those to 12, you would double that to 24, and then you will double that to 48. And alas, unfortunately, that did not happen. Again, for the GPU AI acceleration. The GPU substantially increases graphics capabilities up to 35% for apps using ray tracing than M4 Pro and M4 Max. So this is a smaller jump than some of the other promises, which which had like 50% jumps, which there might have been other bottlenecks, and then again they promised up to 60% faster when playing Cyberpunk. So that's interesting. Enhancing visual effects and 3D rendering. It also starts pre-orders tomorrow on March 4th, and then availability begins on March 11th, which means that we're getting a metric fuck ton of reviews throughout March 9th, March 10th, and stuff like that. The M5 Pro and M5 Max are a monumental leap forward for Apple Silicon, leveraging our new Fusion architecture to scale the capabilities of Apple Silicon while preserving its core tenets of performance, power efficiency, and unified memory architecture. So this now comes from Johnny Cerrugi, not John Turnus, who Johnny Cerrugi is, of course, the Senior Vice President of Hardware Technologies, so very specifically stuff like chips, and John Turnus is the Vice President of Hardware Engineering. So that's more about the actual final overall product. Both chips underscore our relentless pace of innovation, integrating the world's fastest CPU cores, a next-gen GPU with neural architecture, a faster neural engine, high bandwidth, high-capacity memory, resulting in an unparalleled combination of performance, efficiency, and incredible on-device AI capabilities for Mac Pro. Don't forget, there is a decent chance that M6 Pro and M6 Max are actually happening this year with the tandem OLED redesigned MacBook Pro. So maybe some of this stuff might not push all boundaries like the 40-core GPU, but we could be getting like a 2-nanometer based second generation chiplet solution from Apple already this year, all while all rumors point to Zen 6, Intel Nova Lake, and RTX 6000 only coming, well, for AMD and Intel, that's coming next year, early next year are their new CPU architectures, but for NVIDIA, there are rumors that their new GPU architecture might come at the earliest late 2027 and maybe even early 2028. Maybe even to the middle of 2028, which I hope is not true, but just telling you guys, Apple's pace of improvements, even though sometimes we would like more for the same money and stuff like that, even greater efficiency or whatever, it's still pretty much unparalleled in the industry right now. And it allows Apple to even further overtakes the like of Intel and AMD right now, basically doing the groundwork to compete well with their upcoming 2-nanometer based chips on an already like N3P chip, or to finally catch up to the raw architectural capabilities of NVIDIA GPUs, that's from stuff like the neural accelerators, while also maintaining their efficiency gains, because this is obviously an SoC solution, this is an LPDDR solution, this is an ARM CPU solution. So this is an Apple integrated design where they build the hardware, software, the drivers, right? So this is quite big that Apple is relentless in this pace of improvements. M5 Pro and M5 Max are a monumental leap forward for Apple Silicon, leveraging our new Fusion architecture to scale the capabilities of Apple Silicon. Wait, did I? Okay, none of these. I think I read it. My brain kind of tricked me, but if I didn't, we know this stuff. Okay, all new Fusion architecture. M5 Pro and M5 Max introduced Apple Design Fusion architecture, a state-of-the-art design. This is rumored to be 2.5D stacking, not yet 3D stacking. But then again, 3D stacking also right now pretty much only exists in high-end servers. This brings together two third-generation 3-nanometer die, so Apple does not use one die that's on a cheaper node or something like that. They're using two N3P, that's what third-generation 3-nanometer means. First-generation 3-nanometer is N3E, second-generation 3-nanometer is sorry, first generation is N3B, second generation is N3E, and third generation is N3P. So that's what we're getting here. High bandwidth, low latency, using advanced packaging. That's also, by the way, something that's new right now. We are getting 2.5D packaging. Or the best 2.5D packaging, right? But we are getting 3D packaging, WMCM stuff with A20 and potentially the M6 generation. Now, part of it, like for the A20, it seems to be confirmed, like the memory is going to be basically stacked, almost like an extra chiplet with the die, and that's going to be proper 3D stacking. With M6, that would actually mean that these chiplets could be even closer in a way, and then have even lower latency between them, even higher power efficiency, but it's not quite as yet confirmed for the M6 generation as it is for the A20. The two dies include a powerful new CPU, scalable GPU, media engine, unified memory controller, neural engine, and Thunderbolt 5 capabilities. Also, for future chiplet designs, you could include now, right now, you can see that one thing that's not mentioned is Apple's new N1 chip, right? That's probably somewhere else on, well, it's most definitely somewhere else on the motherboard, much further away from the actual CPU and GPU than all these other components. But in the future, especially as these interconnect technologies become cheaper, hopefully, if not everything keeps getting bought up by freaking AI servers, then in the future, Apple could even stack the Wi-Fi modem, the 5G modem. Now, some of it is going to become also, of course, limited by the actual packaging. Some might become thermally limited and things like that. I'm not saying Apple is going to stack the entire motherboard as chiplets on top of each other and make the motherboard like this big. But there is a future for this technology to evolve and to evolve. Apple's fastest, most advanced CPU cores. M5 Pro and M5 Max feature a new 18-core CPU with 6 super cores and 12 all-new performance cores. So Apple basically says to wait for M6. No, there's also questions like, I'm not sure if the introduction of tandem OLED is not going to make these devices even more expensive. They already went up $200, but at least for those $200, you get double the storage. But with tandem OLED, you saw the giant price increase that happened with the M4 iPad Pros and stuff like that. So I cannot guarantee you that the price increase is going to be super big to the point that it does make sense for you to get the M5s. But yeah, there are chances that M6 is just going to be better. But even then, there's going to be a big difference in the way how Apple leverages chiplets on like A20 and M6, where it's just going to be stacked based chiplets with the other chiplets basically being your memory, right, through WMCM packaging. That's not going to be, like, it's going to add some efficiency, it's going to reduce latency from the memory, but is it going to result in a massive experience difference? Not likely. Kishala Racing, I bought M4 Pro last November. You still got a great device. I don't think you have anything to be angry about. Yeah, especially if you also got like a higher storage configuration or something like that. I think you got still a great deal. Also, even by that time, like on Amazon and things like that, the M4 Pro was substantially under MSRP. If you want these devices substantially under MSRP, well, now the waiting games begin again. Will you get it in 2 months for $100 less? Will you get it in 4 or 5 months for $200-$300 less? Right? While with the M4 Pro, which at that point was like about a year old, you could have gotten it for like $300 or even $400 less, depending on the configuration. The industry-leading supercore was first introduced as performance cores in M5, which also adopts the supercore name for all M5-based products. So at least Apple even gives an explanation here that now applies to the MacBook Air, the 14-inch MacBook Pro, the iPad Pro, and the Apple Vision Pro. This core is the highest performance core design with the world's fastest single-threaded performance, driven in part by increased front-end bandwidth. We reacted to that when we watched the GeekerVan review and analysis video to like the A19 Pro and stuff like that, a new cache hierarchy, and enhanced branch prediction. M5 Pro and M5 Max also introduced an all-new performance core that is optimized to deliver great power-efficient, multi-threaded performance for pro workloads. Together with the supercores, the chips delivers up to 2.5 times faster multi-threaded performance than M1 Pro and M1 Max. I actually can look this up. Geekbench. I know that my MacBook Pro delivers like 12,000 points in Geekbench, and that's the M1 Max, so that's 8 performance cores, 2 efficiency cores. Geekbench 6 Mac. So that's multi-core now. That's, let's just make sure I remember it all well. M1 Max, 12,254. Add to that 2.5 times, that's 24, that's 30,000 points. So that should put it, like, again, that's considering if the scaling is this good in Geekbench, but it would basically result in like a 15% increase over the M4 Max, and then versus the M4 Pro, it would result actually in a more substantial, like, 30%, which is basically in line with what Apple promised. Again, some of these numbers are like, sometimes it's worst or best case scenario, it's an averaging, it's a median. So depending on different methodology and different benchmarking tools and stuff like that, there's enough variety here. So my prediction is this is going to, M4 Max, it's a little bit lower. My bet is it's going to be 29 to 30,000 in Geekbench 6. Will I commit to that? 28. I would say it's 2850 to, it's going to be 28,500 to somewhere in the 30,000 range. That's my prediction. 28,500 or up to 30,000. Probably not more than that, just for power consumption reasons. 2.5 times faster high multi-threaded performance than M1 Pro and M1 Max. The super cores and performance cores give MacBook Pro a huge performance core boost to handle the most CPU-intensive workloads, like analyzing complex data or running demanding simulations with unparalleled ease. The M5 Pro designed to handle demanding workflows. Oh, by the way, I wonder, just one thing, because let's look at the Max version here, actually. Wait, why can't I wait. Wait, is the Mac? No, there is a 14-inch Max chip. Yeah, there is. Why couldn't I? Oh, here it is, sorry. So if I get this one, how much storage can I get? Oh, so there's still no extra storage configuration. So 8 terabyte is still the max. I thought if they introduced 4 terabytes on like the base version, they might introduce like 16 terabytes or 12 terabytes or something like that on the M5 Max. I know some YouTube content creators definitely would like that. Jesus, I have so much freaking open. Okay, M5 Pro is designed to meet the needs of pro users like data modelers, post-production sound designers, and STEM students who require robust processing power and graphics and ample amounts of unified memory. But obviously that memory maxes out at 64 gigabytes. Scaling up from the M5 chip, M5 Pro pairs up to 18-core CPU with a next-gen up to 20-core GPU. M5 Pro significantly boosts multi-threaded performance by up to 30%. Okay. So we've talked already about the memory bandwidth that comes from 9600 megatransfers per second memory over 256-bit bus, 64 gigs of memory. I actually vaguely remember the M4 MacBook Pro kind of maxing out at 48 and 64 being limited to the M4 Pro Max Mini, if I'm not wrong. Here, it's M4 Pro. Show me the memory. Yeah. Oh, so that's actually more memory that you can now get. Obviously, you're not getting necessarily more memory per dollar, but in this crazy market, it's kind of good that at least it didn't get more expensive. Okay. M5 Pro has an enhanced shader core with second generation dynamic caching, hardware accelerated mask shading. Okay, so it's 20% higher, and I assume this is now specifically for raster than M4 Pro, and that actually makes sense because that gain is like what 35% on the M5 versus the M4, but that's because the memory speed increase is faster on the M5 versus the M4 than on the M5 Pro versus the M4 Pro. Basically, on the M4, you use 7,500 megatransfers per second memory. That's, of course, a pretty nice uplift. Wait. And with its Apple yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So you do get the architectural improvement, and on the M5, you get a larger memory boost from 7,500 megatransfers per second memory or 120, wouldn't have been 100 or 240 gigabytes per second. Wait, now I'm confused. I psyched myself out from the right one. Basically, you're using 9600 megatransfers per second across the board on M5, M5 Pro, M5 Max. But previously, the M4 featured slower memory than the M4 Pro and the M5 and the M4 Max. The M4 featured 7500 megatransfers per second memory. The M4 Pro and the M4 Max featured 8533 megatransfers per second memory. So you do get the same architectural uplift, but you do get a smaller percentage-wise memory uplift, even though the memory is as fast as it is on the base M5, at least like it has less memory bandwidth because of a smaller bus, but the memory itself features the same speed. Okay, and 35% with ray tracing. So you see the ray tracing engine basically overperforms the raster improvements by like what? 12%, right? If this is 20%, or to get to 35%, that's a multiplier of roughly 1.2. Yeah, that makes sense. Scott Gibson, I'm still leaning towards the M4 Pro just to get the nano texture. Oh, I did not know that you couldn't get it on the base version. Yeah. If you really use your device outdoors, I'm not the biggest fan of the nano texture option, but if it's something you can really utilize, I mean, even the pricing on that is actually not that crazy. I think it's $150, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's $150. That's on the 14-inch version. Is it $200 on the... No, it's even $150 on the 16-inch version. So yeah, here it's actually a pretty decent like value to get that. Doesn't really, like, again, if you leverage it, I think with 1,000 nits of SDR brightness, you get a lot out of the base version already. Yeah. Oh, you mean just MacBook Pro in general? Oh, does it get... Does the base version also get it? Oh yeah, okay, nice. Because of the new configuration page, I was a little bit confused. Yeah, of course. This is also the problem with Apple's naming. By the way, a lot of people thought Apple might get rid of the M5 Pro and M5 Max branding. They kept the branding, but the actual, like, because the CPU chiplet is the same, the difference between the Pro and Max chip is the GPU binning. It's the GPU chiplet, and then inside the individual chip setup, you can also bin them differently. When I look at the Max chip, so the Max chip across the board always gets the Max CPU bin, so that's nice. So on the M4 Pro, you can actually get a 15-core CPU. While here you always get an 18-core CPU, and then you just choose between your GPU configuration. That's actually pretty consumer-friendly. It's easy relatively to understand and stuff like that. M5 Max, unmatched capabilities. Featuring the same breakthrough architecture, 18-core CPU. Okay, so now in my head, I actually did the correct math. When I saw that it's 30% faster than the M4 Pro, I obviously corrected that for the 2 extra performance cores, and I calculated it correctly. So it's 15% higher multi-threaded performance than M4 Max, which honestly, given that it's a chiplet design, which is going to have some power consumption penalties, and N3P is just about like 5% more powerful or more efficient than N3E, this is a decent uplift. But yeah, don't expect anything crazy here. But it is going to be interesting to see exactly. I wonder if there will be a way to test the single core performance of the performance chips versus the previous efficiency cores, and of course versus the previous performance cores, which are now super cores. 128 gigabytes of RAM, 614 gigabytes per second. So same scaling, same 20% raster uplift. 30%, so a smaller uplift in ray tracing. I guess maybe we are hitting some power limitations here on the Max chip, so maybe some cooling concerns and stuff like that. So Apple did not want, maybe the GPU cores are slightly slower clocked on the M5 Max than they are in the M4 Pro. So the scaling is a little bit out of order. 16-core neural engine, higher bandwidth connection to memory to accelerate on-device AU performance and Apple Intelligence. Will be interesting to see how if it scales any differently in tasks like Geekbench AI versus previous generations. Latest media engine, of course, we know M5 already improved some stuff for H.264, HEVC. AV1 decode, still no AV1 encode. So this is one thing that Apple seemingly wants to push people to use ProRes, or for everything else, just H.264 and H.265 or HEVC, however you want to call it. Apple seems to prefer HEVC versus H.265. So AV1 decode, that's going to basically help you with efficiency while playing back like YouTube videos and stuff like that. But if you want to create AV1 files, that's going to be, unfortunately, either CPU-based, or before that, you have to transcode it into another codec that actually has a dedicated encoder, whether it's H.264, HEVC, or ProRes. Support for memory integrity enforcement. Interestingly enough, Apple's devices were recently verified for internal NATO use. And it even applied to devices that not have memory integrity enforcement. And seemingly, from what I can tell, the new Exynos 2600 does not support that. And I'm almost sure the Snapdragon 8 Elite Gen 5 does not support it either. But Google supports it on their Tensor chips in their Pixel smartphones. Thunderbolt 5 ports, and environmental stuff. Okay, so the chip write-up is actually not that substantial, not that crazy. They do not get into super deep details about the interconnect and things like that. but it's still interesting, and my voice is now slowly starting to disappear, man. Let me actually see. Did Apple maybe announce anything new? Okay, and guys, as always, let me know what else you would like to see me cover, because obviously partially why I do live streams is not just to cover the topics of the day, but you guys saw how much I interacted with the live chat while more people were still chatting and stuff like that. If you have something to ask or contribute, do that. And if you want to suggest something that I should do, react to some kind of YouTube video or thing like that, let me know. So let me see if there's anything more. You can now subscribe to Apple TV through the Roku channel. Oh my God, that's the biggest news of the day. Leaked Apple documents, MacBook Neo. Man, it's interesting that we now know the MacBook Neo name, which is great. Maybe I can kind of leverage that for the algorithm tomorrow. Is there anything on 95 Mac? They're probably going... Okay, Apple TV joins Roku's premium subscription lineup. Nice. More MacBook Neo details. Let's see if there's anything that I have missed. Details include I/O. I kind of skipped that. It's 2 USB-C ports as well as a MagSafe charging port. But are these not Thunderbolt? So this would also point again to an A-series processor being used. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Apple has launched a lot of new products. MacBook Neo name leaks. Okay, so the stories are about the same. Oh, macOS and iPadOS 26.3 software releases coming before new 26.4 update. I mean, yeah, that's what usually definitively happening. With the latest chips, the MacBook Pro now maxes out at $73.49. How does that compare to before? Is that a price increase? Do we not know what the max price was on the M4 Max? Because otherwise it's pretty meaningless. Like if you want 128 gigs of RAM, 8 terabytes of storage, you have to pay extra. But that's not really anything new. 2 people are typing. Okay, I guess the story hit a nerve with some people. Comes with a more powerful charger. That's true. That's true for both the M5 MacBook Air and the MacBook Pro. A RAM upgrade costs the same. But again, you get 1 terabyte. Do they comment on the storage upgrades? No, they don't. Because usually, like if you're running like a new site, you have a better grasp on like the pricing of every generation than I do, because like I'm still stuck with the M1 Max. Okay, but no, okay, there's nothing in terms of like direct Apple news that I have missed out on here, which is nice because I definitely wouldn't have liked that. Let me see. I mean, I assume that somebody like Tailosive Tech has done a video already on this stuff. Studio Display XDR has 120 Hertz. M5 storage doubled. Okay, that's nice. He seems happy rather than... He didn't seem too happy here. But, oh, this video got 30,000 views. Angelica is saying she finds the topic fascinating. I'm really glad to hear that. We can actually look into this. Let's begin. What did Drew have to say about these devices? Should I skip speed this up a little bit? Playback speed 1.15 is usually what we go for. Let's see if our thoughts align with the previous launches.
It's officially the first day of Apple's site refresh week, and today we're starting out with a new iPad,
I drink to
iPhone,
the second day.
And my last video feels even more vindicated that Apple will do as little as possible with the iPad. Let's begin.
Nope. His last video had absolutely nothing to do with a specific model. His last iPad video was pretty trash, saying Apple only wants to do chip upgrades. But Apple also does chip upgrades on the Mac. Whatever.
So the iPad Air has an M4 chip in it, and that's pretty much it. I will, I guess, say the silver
It's N1, also C1X. It has 3 new chips.
lining is we get 50% more unified memory than before, because that's one of the perks, I suppose, of swapping up to the M4 chip, and we're getting 12 gigs of unified memory with no price hike, which in today's world where memory and storage have suddenly become so expensive
Okay, I can agree with that. So Drew still has some nuance.
because of AI, I guess we need to count our blessings and just be grateful that you get a little bit more RAM now for no change in price. However, the M4 iPad Air still to me doesn't feel like a great deal because the base storage for both screen sizes is still 128 gigs. So that means the 13-inch iPad Air still starts at $800 but comes with 128 gigs by default.
Yeah, it's basically a $900 product where you can get it for $800 if you're willing to make significant compromises.
Not a great value. They've also switched over the cellular to C1X and the Bluetooth chip to the N1 chip. So basically the same connectivity we saw in the iPhone Air.
Okay, I don't know why he calls it the Bluetooth chip. I mean, technically, yes, but I would argue the Bluetooth is the far smaller story versus the Wi-Fi. But okay.
But with no change in battery life, because of course this is an iPad.
Yeah, that's advertised battery life. There was still like Apple promised 30% greater efficiency on C1X. Do you really think that if your cellular speeds and connectivity situation are the same, that your iPad would then not deliver you more battery life? That's rated battery life. It's not actually worse.
iPads are not allowed to have more than 10 hours of battery life.
No, they're not allowed to advertise it, which is weird. I'll admit it, but it's still not what he says. Okay.
You go to the compare
Drew's hatred for the iPad is so inexplicable to me.
page. The funniest thing is they don't even change the wallpapers, and it's a nice.
Which is, who cares? Like, consoles come out and keep the same freaking wallpaper for 7 or 8 years. We can deal with the iPad Air keeping the same wallpaper for even 2 or 3 generations.
Reminder that they didn't even change the color options. So identical displays.
Again, complete form over function talk. You could say the same thing about the MacBook upgrades. They did not change the colors on the MacBook. As Stu saying, I think iPad batteries are good. Of course they are, especially like you cannot think just because the number says 10 hours on both things. And then one thing advertises like a 30% efficiency boost on like the 5G modem. But then also think about the 11-inch M4 and M5 iPad Pros, right? Because not only do they get the way more efficient tandem OLED screen, way more efficient than any mini LED panel before, but they also get actually a slightly larger battery. Yes, the battery got a little bit smaller on the 13-inch iPad Pro, which still is more than on the 11-inch, because on the 11-inch there wasn't a mini LED display, a standard LCD, but tandem OLED is still more efficient than a standard LCD panel as well. You get more battery life, but Apple just doesn't give us those numbers. But if you go to like Notebook Check and stuff like that, you will find those numbers.
Cameras, batteries, colors, and even wallpapers. So very little effort on Apple's part, like I said in my last.
But you could say the same thing about like the MacBook Air that just came out. It's just a chip swap. It has basically more storage, while the iPad has more RAM, right? Like, it's not that different of a story.
Video, it's basically just a chip swap. It's just cleaning out the old inventory, but I guess you get slightly more RAM, and of course the M4 chip is slightly faster than the M3 chip. But throughout the announcement, they had to constantly compare it to the M1 iPad Air because they knew the M3 Air was so dang similar. So,
which is not true. You can see it on the MacBook side. They still compare the M5 to the M4, but they also compared it to the M1 because that's the one more likely people are actually gonna upgrade from.
You should probably just buy one of those unless you're a real heavy-duty multitasker, but then probably consider an iPad Pro at that point. Then that brings us to the iPhone 17e, which I must say I don't know if pleasantly surprised is the right word, but...
Okay. I have to say, I was more pleasantly surprised by the iPad Air because to me, it's not a big deal to imagine adding $100 to the iPad Air because at least now I know that with more memory, I know that the device is much more future-proof. with the iPhone 17e, where you cannot get more RAM, you cannot get ProMotion or anything, like sure, but in the iPad Air, some might say, well, you cannot get ProMotion there either. But the way I use my iPad, even my own M1 M1 iPad Pro, I do rely on ProMotion there less than I do on my iPhone and even on my MacBook in a way. I
Nonetheless,
watch a
because
lot of
almost
videos.
every single leaker out there was claiming the 17.
I mean, I use apps like Pixelmator for like my thumbnails and stuff like that. I use my iPad for a lot of stuff, but I've never felt that limited by 60 hertz when I had like my A9X iPad Pro.
E was going to get a dynamic island, and behold, the notch sticks around for yet.
Yeah, but most leakers also said they were unsure, so I wouldn't be surprised if there were actually different prototypes. But it was actually hard to tell because Apple didn't actually have to create a new production line or anything. They were able to reuse a lot from the 16e here.
Another year. There was a new soft pink color option, though, that kind of gives me rose gold flashbacks. But yeah, the iPhone 17e still has a notch, got the A19 chip, so that's a welcome upgrade, but it doesn't come with more RAM than the A18 chip that was on the 16e. And I will say the 17e is a lot easier for me to get behind because it does support MagSafe, which they always should have from the beginning. There's no price hike, which I'm grateful for, and something else about the 17e that I wasn't expecting that makes it kind of a better value that's hard to argue with compared to the 16e is it now has a default storage of 256 gigs.
Okay.
That always throws off the pricing when you compare it to last year's model used, which I always tend to recommend, but I feel like MagSafe is just such an awesome feature that really doesn't cost that much extra to add. So
man,
now that
Drew's hatred for the iPad really blinds him. Look, I know that MagSafe kind of makes it more of what the iPhone 17e gets, but then to me, I would argue the N1 is also a bigger thing in a way.
for $599, you can get a MagSafe iPhone with an A19 chip. Also, of course, it gets the C1X and N1 chip. So again, it's now matching the connectivity of the iPhone Air, and you're getting double the storage of the base model compared to the 16.
Wait, did he say it gets the N1 modem? It doesn't. It only gets the C1X.
Phone Air and C1X and N1. You can get a MagSafe iPhone with an A19 chip. Also, of course, it gets the C1X and N1 chip.
It does not get the N1. It does not get the N1. It doesn't have Wi-Fi 7. It's still the old Wi-Fi 6 modem. That's a big part of why I was actually really complaining about a lot about this specific aspect of the iPhone 17e. I mean, we can look at the specs here. iPhone 17e. I really should reduce the gap in the chat entry versus when I talk. Explore, tech specs, capacity display, A19 camera, video recording, front camera, cellular and wireless. Here, there's no N1 modem. Yeah, Wi-Fi 6, not Wi-Fi 6E, not Wi-Fi 7, no Bluetooth 6. So Drew did not do his research.
So again, it's now matching the connectivity of the iPhone Air, and you're getting double the storage of the base model compared to the 16e. That just makes it a better overall value, even though, yes, it's the same exact display as before. Still 60 hertz, and even with this new silicon, Apple loves talking about how more power efficient their C1X chip and A19 chip is, but at least according to Apple's own website, battery life is identical for both audio and video playback.
That's because we do not actually have 5G stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if 5G was a bit more efficient, considering your networking isn't also much faster, because part of the C1X is not just efficiency versus the C1, it's actually being two times faster.
The USB-C port is the same on both, however, the 17...
Guys, we've been streaming for almost 3 hours. I want to give a shout out to the channel overall. While I still have many of you watching, please consider subscribing to the channel, liking this video, that helps tremendously. Share it out to anybody who you think might enjoy it as well. Comment live, consider making it a super chat, or comment afterwards when the video has been uploaded as a VOD. You can also support this channel long term by becoming a channel member. or support you over on Patreon, or just join our Discord and chat with us along as we analyze all these devices, all of Apple's operating systems, all software and stuff like that over there.
E does get faster wireless charging. So with the 16E, considering it didn't have MagSafe, like, yeah, it basically maxed out at like 7.5 watts. But now this new one can wirelessly charge over 20 watts and supports the Qi 2 standard. So overall, I would say it was better than I was expecting, mostly because of the storage, but also not having the dynamic island, I guess, is somewhat of a disappointment because there's a lot of multitasking features that come baked in with that, like live activity and now playing and notifications and stuff that just behave differently once you have that. But I've been saying for a while now that if they did add the dynamic island to the cheapest iPhone, it would just be way too similar to iPhone 16 and 17, which are still kind of available.
The iPhone 16 should not be in the lineup, in my opinion, especially not at $699. Then it should then just be $600.
And also offered at pretty competitive rates. So I think it's personally fine just that we have something on the front of the iPhone to differentiate it from the higher end iPhones, but probably won't last another year. Wouldn't be surprised if the 18E makes the switch to the dynamic island. But that pretty much summarizes the announcements for today. We're going to have more tomorrow and likely more on Wednesday as well. What do you guys
the
think?
16E? Well, there are no news because obviously nobody has been able to test it, but yeah, I would love to see that, right? It's not on Apple's website. Like on Apple's website, it still says that the cases are basically 17E exclusive, which they shouldn't be because they're the exact same height, they're the exact same width, the exact same thickness. I do not think that the buttons have any other placement, and it obviously does not have camera control or anything like that. So, yeah, I do not think there should be a problem.
Getting next, is it going to be M5 Pro and M5 Max chips tomorrow, or do you think we're getting the cheaper, more colorful Mac?
Okay, this video was not as bad as some people in my community were telling me. Let's see how much happier Drew is here. Also, let's see if, because that's today's announcements, and let's see if he gets anything wrong. And I'll slow it down a little bit here, 1.2.
Record in the car again because it's super early in the morning and I'm pumped. I'm excited. This was probably the biggest drop of the week, at least for me, the target demographic of all of today's hardware.
Oh, is he going to get an M5 Max MacBook Pro to replace his M1 Max?
Want to wake up my wife because I knew it was going to be loud, but holy crap, the Studio Display XDR looks awesome. It basically fixed all of my issues with the Pro Display XDR for very little compromises. If there's any takeaway you're going to have from today's video, I think in my opinion, that's the biggest takeaway. Like, essentially, it's a 27-inch 5K panel. Okay, that's the one downside. Instead of 6K at 32 inches, this one's a little smaller, but it's $3,300.
It's not about how big it is. It's about how you use it, guys.
Instead of $6,000. It comes with a height adjustable stand. That's a $1,000 value, mind you.
Okay, that one is funny, Drew. Okay, I agree with that. Now, it's technically a $400 value, but yes.
And unlike the Pro Display, this thing is 120 hertz. It supports a Pro Motion display, and you still get all the advantages of the Studio Display. It comes with that 12 megapixel center stage camera. It comes with built-in speakers, built-in microphones, and it's still mini LED, just like the MacBook Pros are, with more individual dimming zones than even the Pro Display XDR had. That thing was so expensive and kind of dated after 7 years of being on the website. Rest in peace. It doesn't look like they're offering the Pro Display anymore, but I say good riddance. That thing was way too expensive. And in my opinion, just having 5 inches a smaller display, but basically half the price with double the refresh.
He's specifically talking about the Studio Display XDR. I still think that the base version, in a way, is actually worse value, right? Because I do think that the lack of ProMotion hurts. And in my opinion, the pricing should probably have been... Okay, $19.99 for the base version, but that's now with the proper stand. Or let's say it's $17.99 with the Visa mount, right? Or it's $19.99 with the proper freaking stand, right? Or and it has ProMotion, right? So basically, I'm accepting a $200 price increase for ProMotion, and then I think the pricing of the Studio Display XDR should have been $29.99. And have basically the same features. And because I do agree, if this was a 32-inch display with the same capabilities and instead of 2300 mini LED display zones, it would have probably had like 2800 or something like that. Then that one would probably be more like 4500 or something like
great,
that.
and all of the great quality of life features included. That's fantastic. Like, that's perfect. And from the beginning, every time I checked out the Pro Display XDR, I always said, like, this is a beautiful monitor, basically the best looking monitor in the world, but I don't think it's worth much more than $3,000. Now they've basically hit that price point and improved upon the specs. It's Thunderbolt 5
and the stand. So I guess if you were saying, oh, it's fair at $3,000, well, you get it for $3,300, but with a better stand,
with
a
a
good
Thunderbolt
stand.
5 downstream port. So technically, I guess you can daisy chain it to another Studio Display, which is pretty trippy. So of course, through Thunderbolt 5, you can plug it into your MacBook and get super fast charging and additional USB-C ports on the back, plus 2 monitors with only 1 cable, which is pretty nuts. One little detail though about the 120 hertz, I knew Apple would be quick to leave this point out, but basically if you have an older Mac, like any Mac with an M1 chip, even an M1 Pro or M1 Max or M1 Ultra, those are only going to support 60 hertz because I guess they have the older version of
Drew
Thunderbolt,
did his research on
and I thought
that
they were
one.
actually require.
You know that he didn't give a fuck about the iPhone 17e, so he didn't actually bother to look up if it actually has Wi-Fi 7, Bluetooth 6 based on N1, but he cared about that for the Studio Display
get like
XDR.
an M4 or M5 chip in order to unlock 120 hertz, but no, turns out as long as you have like an M2 Pro.
I wonder, now I probably cannot do that because this isn't my actual job. I do this as a hobby, but my question is, how much can you write off taxes for a product like this if your entire job is like video creation and stuff like that? Like at least like 10% or something like that, right?
Chip or better, you should be fine. That should support 120 hertz, but according to the website, at least, it looks like the base model chips of like M2, M3, those are the ones that miss out. But the base M4 chip, I guess, can support 120 hertz, and that goes for MacBook Airs and Pros, by the way. So just keep that in mind. Like if you're a
He
big
did not mention that the M5 iPad Pro can support it as
fan
well.
of 120 hertz like I am, you might not necessarily.
I assume because the bandwidth should be the same for between like all Thunderbolt chips, but there should be a difference in the integrated controller, right? And I assume that means the M4 and M5 generation therefore have a better integrated scaling solution, lossless scaling. What is it called for display stream compression? Display stream compression.
Really get that, like if you have an old M1 or M2 Mac Mini. The M4 Mac Mini should be fine though, but oh my god, while recording this I just realized my MacBook Pro is still M1 Max.
Yeah.
So even if I bought this monitor,
yeah, you would need a new Mac. I was gonna point that out because Drew and I have the same generation of MacBook Pro.
I wouldn't get the promotion. Dang it, Apple's gonna take a lot of my money after this crap. But
oh really? He's gonna get an what? Is he gonna get an M5 M5 Max MacBook Pro and this Studio Display XDR?
They did refresh not 1, not 2, but 3 MacBooks today. They all pretty much came with a price hike, which is a bit sad to say. So let's get the base one out of the way because I want to save the best for last. They threw in the base M5 chip to the MacBook Air, which I kind of was not expecting them to do this week.
Yeah, we actually, the rumor for this was actually kind of always up and down. Like some people said it might be closer to the summer. Now I really hope that they also update the base iPad tomorrow, just so we have more stuff to talk about. Imagine if tomorrow we can talk about the iPad Neo and the MacBook Neo, right?
Week. That was kind of a surprise, but it is bringing back that more awkward $1,100 MacBook Air price. So the M4 MacBook Air started at $1,000. Now this one starts at $1,100, and I think we're starting to feel a little bit of that bite from the memory and storage price bumps in the industry. But I think Apple probably is compensating for it in the best possible way by basically doubling up on the storage. So now the M5 MacBook Air, while it is more expensive, it starts with 512 gigs by default, which is actually quite cool.
Also comes with a better power adapter at the base price.
Because I still remember very clearly a time when all MacBook Airs had 128 gigs by default, so 4 times that feels appropriate for modern day 2026
I agree.
Apple. Definitely doesn't feel as crazy as them still shipping 128 gig iPad Airs. Yikes.
Which is almost half the price, brother. Like, come on.
Come on, Apple. The iPad's not that valuable. And of course, all the benefits that come along with the M5 chip. And Apple is including the N1 chip on all these new MacBooks.
That is correct. You see how that is correct versus thinking the N1 is on the iPhone 17e?
No cellular, though. Was really hoping we'd see a C1X chip come to the MacBooks. None of that happened today. But with the N1 chip, you will get better Wi-Fi and better Bluetooth performance, which should help stabilize.
My assumption is that part of this is going to be, if Apple ever does cellular Macs, I could see that coming with the M6 generation. Not because, oh, newer will have something new, duh. But part of that is going to be the fact that the redesign is going to allow Apple to reshuffle a few components, add a cellular antenna, redesign the motherboard to put in a C1X modem on there, or at that point it should be like a C2 modem or something like that. That is why I think that Apple did not bother putting it inside. They did not want to complicate their engineering for this time around. Even pricing-wise, it would cost like $200 more by Apple standards to add a 5G modem if the iPad is anything to go by. So probably on the OLED devices, Apple is just going to have a metric fuck ton of upgrades that you can configure between like the nano texture glass, of course, that already exists, potentially the 5G modem, whatever chip configuration they might do with the newer packaging and potentially growing them in GPU core count, touchscreen. Now, I don't assume that the touchscreen will be optional, but that's still a new thing as well to consider. And it might be a differentiation point between the base M6 MacBook Pro and the M6 Pro and M6 Max MacBook Pros. So there's going to be a lot.
And accelerate the performance of AirDrop, which is helpful, but same color option, same display, same battery life and everything. So just slightly more expensive, but more storage. But then that brings us to the new MacBook Pros, which very well be the last MacBook Pros that don't have touchscreens. So even though they don't sound that different or exciting, pay attention, because if you're not a touchscreen Mac fan, this might be the one you end up holding on to for a long, long time.
Yeah, there are some downsides to having a touchscreen laptop display. It usually comes with more glare, it comes with a thicker lid and stuff like that. Yeah, there are some downsides, but also you can get a touchscreen MacBook Pro and just never touch the touchscreen.
So yes, finally, Apple is introducing the M5 Pro and M5 Max chips, which are a little bit different than before. They don't follow the same kind of upgrade cycle that the M4 and M3 Pro and Max chips were following. These ones actually match each other with CPU cores, which is kind of interesting. So they both obviously start out with more binned versions of each other, but they both spec up to 18 core CPUs. Apple's using some big marketing think with this one because they're calling them super cores, and they're like reintroducing the concept of ultra fusion. They're acting like that's never been done before. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but it is different. It's literally a different packaging solution. So ultra fusion is much more of a 2D solution, quite technically 2.5D, but very, very early. This is actually a higher end 2.5D packaging solution. And then, as I said, M6 and forward, or at least A20 and forward, maybe M7, who knows, will have that kind of will have 3D packaging.
Like stitching together of the two dies into one is what we got with the M1 Ultra way back when, but I guess they're doing it differently now with these chips. But whether you go with M5 Max or M5 Pro, you still get the option of 12 performance cores and 6 super cores, which is just hilarious marketing speak. But there is a bump in read and write speed with the NANDs. But in case you're wondering what I'm interested in, because I'm a video editor, yes.
I mean, it would be like 8 terabytes in the video encoders, right? Oh yeah, he's showing that.
Technically, the M5 Max chip does have slightly higher memory bandwidth at 460 gigabits per second, and the M5 Max.
Yeah, that's the binned version, though. You can get it up to 614.
Has 2 ProRes encoders and 2 video encode engines, which means the Max chip should still technically export videos faster than the M5 Pro chip. But in regards to just pure raw CPU performance, sounds like they might actually be more equal than ever before. Also,
no, they will actually be as equal as the M2 and as the M1 Pro and M1 Max and M2 Pro and M2 Max were, because back then we actually had the same max CPU core count on the M1 Max and M1 Pro. That used to be up to like what's on my device, 8 performance cores and 2 efficiency cores, and if I remember correctly, on the M2 Pro and M2 Max it went up to 8 performance cores and 4 efficiency cores.
The M5 Max is configurable up to like 40 GPU cores, whereas the M5 Pro maxes out closer to like 20. So there's still some advantages, of course, to going with the Max chip, but I'll leave all of the deep dives of the chip to Max Tech because he will explain it far better than I can. What the everyday...
Come on, dude, that's not so complicated. It's your life's work. I know you have a real job, quote unquote, at Teller Trucks right now. I mean, I have a real job. But why do I have an excuse to know this and not you? Come on.
Nerd needs to know about these new MacBook Pros is from here on out, it looks like all MacBook Pros come with terabytes of storage by default. No more 512 gig MacBook Pros. No
That's
more
a good way of
256
actually
gig, of
putting
course.
it.
Now, even the base model M5 MacBook Pro, which came out last year in October, even that's getting double the storage for the same price. That base M5 MacBook Pro is a tremendous value because it still starts at $1,600, still has the mini-LED display and all those great speakers and stuff, and 1 terabytes without any options.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the correct word, Drew, is 1 terabyte because it's literally not plural, but yes.
Which is excellent. And there is...
I mean, yes, technically it is over like 1 billion bytes, whatever, but you know what I mean.
more storage to be found on the higher-end MacBook Pros, but they also came with a bit of a price tag. This
bytes?
one is probably the bigger pill to swallow for
because
some
I always
of you.
also mix that up between like Milliarden, Billionen, Trilliarden in German, and then millions and billions and trillions in English.
It's a bit more of a jump. So essentially the base model M5 Pro chip, if you want that chip, the cheapest way to get it now is a $2,200 MacBook. You know, that is coming with a terabyte of storage now. It used to come with 512, so I guess you are getting a bit more, but technically they seem to...
No, you get the exact same. You used to have to pay $200 to upgrade from 512 to 1 terabyte, so it's not extra value like it is on the MacBook Air. But I do not actually blame Drew for getting stuff like this wrong because, well, it's not fully wrong, but it's just a statement that's not fully correct. Because he obviously posted that video right when this stuff came out. You deserve a like for this, Drew. It was 2 hours ago. During this time, I was actually streaming and doing the research. He had to make this video right after all of this came out, take screenshots from the website, edit that video together, upload it. So he probably was finished with the video like by about the time I started streaming. So respect to Drew for the quick upload. There's no big animosity here. I do disagree with his negative takes on the iPad. I'm still a huge fan of the iPad, but whatever.
To be removing more MacBook Pro options on the lower end. And it also doesn't look like they're giving us much customizations with the chip. So I guess that leak in...
No, they do. It's just not much more than before, but that was always a silly speculation.
Rumor ended up being false. I apologize for reporting on it. I genuinely believed it, but I'm even more confused now as to why they redesigned the configurator on the website. I guess that was just for web simplicity.
Yep, that was just for web simplicity, yes.
For the most part, between the M5 Pro and M5 Max, you really just have like 2 options, like the binned version and the non-binned version. And when it comes to the M5 Max, that's where we saw the biggest price hike of all. Now,
yeah, but that's also because it now comes with 2 terabytes of storage, basically forced upon you, which is, of course, previously, I mean, like, you could still, I believe, get M4 Max with like 512 gigabytes from the base configuration. But let's say you were a regular buyer with 1 terabyte. Maybe you're using like an external NAS for your video editing. So you might not even save all your video files on your laptops or whatever. Maybe even for your day-to-day usage, you're still mostly relying on iCloud, whatever, and you were fine with 1 terabyte. Like I am fine with 1 terabyte on my M1 Max MacBook Pro, but I guess in the future I will get at least 2 terabytes.
You want an M5 Max chip, like the cheapest possible version, even on the 14-inch MacBook Pro, is $3,600. And even if you're not interested in the M5 Max chip, the 16-inch MacBook Pro also got a price bump. So even if you're just like, I don't need the best possible chip, I just want a 16-inch.
Yeah, but that's the same. That price increase also comes from the same storage uplift, because the 16-inch actually used to start with 512 gigabytes. So it used to be $24.99. So in terms of percentages, that increase is actually smaller on the 16-inch than something on the 14-inch. Astute, I don't like this thing to force people to get better configuration. They also did with the iPhone Pro. I disagree actually with that, because at some point you just have to realize what configuration most people are getting, and you have to adjust your logistics for it. Because imagine you make a lot of M Max, whatever, M1, M2, M3, M4, M5, M6 at some point, and you make them with 512 gigabytes, because that's technically an option you can have, or at the very least you make them with 1 terabyte, right? Now, these are cheaper options, sure. Maybe on a future discount, they will actually be even cheaper and more attractive. But if the vast majority of people who want an M Max chip also get it with at least 1 terabyte, and more likely maybe a plurality or even a majority 2 terabytes or more, would you not simplify the logistics for yourself? Because like this is the problem for Apple from having everything soldered on, right? Whether we are looking at RAM, now RAM is obviously even more complicated than storage in that terms, and in terms of logistics, but it's something that Apple cannot change afterwards, right? They cannot take out the storage modules and replace them with new ones of a higher configuration. So they have to make models that they know people will actually buy, and models that will generate a nice profit margin overall. Especially we're looking at the highest end stuff, because these are the ones that are gonna feel a lot of hurt from, like, I mean, you have 48 gigs of RAM or 64 or 128, right? Supposedly Apple is now paying double the price per memory, per gigabyte of memory. This is even faster memory than before, so that's quite an uplift in terms of bill of materials. I disagree. I do understand what you mean, but if you want like full configuration, that's where you get like a framework laptop, right? Where you can buy it without any RAM or storage and even use components that you might already have at home. With Apple, with so much being soldered on to make the devices durable, as steadfast, and of course for Apple as profitable as it is, and of course also other benefits, efficiency, lower latency, I'm not denying those. Yeah, then it starts to make sense why Apple would make that kind of compromise.
The cheapest variant is now $2,700, so that's about $300 more than
no, that's $200 from $24.99 to $26.99. I mean, I can look it up. Like, Google Gemini has actually been quite good at MSRP M4 Pro 16-inch. I'm pretty sure that's $24.99. Give me the latest Gemini. Yeah, it's $24.99. So another mistake by Drew. Which is okay. That's not as bad as it was before.
Going 16-inch model. Now, again, there are better storage options than before, so you don't have to upgrade as much. Like, for example, even though the M5 Max chip is more expensive, it now comes by default with 2 terabytes of storage. So if you want an M5 Max chip and 1 terabyte, you're out of luck. Like, you just can't get that.
With $600, that's $4,500. That's probably... Wait, is that the Max configuration? I think it is. like, I know it's the Max chip, but I mean, like, is that the price for like the fully enabled version? 40 core GPU, 4 terabytes. No, it wasn't. It was the oh man. Yeah, that's a decent amount of extra money. Oh, and for the 16-inch, 5149. Gee whiz. Ooh, yikesy. What's the price in Germany then? Let's even just say 2 terabytes because it's a lot of money, man. Can I not go to the German website from here? What if I just type in a DE here? Oh yeah, it works. Nice. I feel like a hacker. 29.99. No nanotexture display for me. M1 Max chip. 40 core GPU. Wait, is this upgrade actually cheaper than on the in USD? I thought in USD this was 300. And then oh, that's because it does not include all the RAM stuff. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, that's going to get expensive. But yeah, I would get probably 4 terabytes. I would probably get 64 gigs of RAM. But then it doesn't make sense to try saving money on the GPU configuration. That's such a small part of the overall story. I guess I would be paying almost double versus my M1 Max, which, I mean, I do get double the memory, way over double the multi-threaded performance, way over double the GPU performance for stuff like AI and ray tracing, of course. Should I buy the MacBook Air M5? I have a 4.5-year-old M1 MacBook Air. Well, you will see a nice uplift, but in this case, I always recommend you also take a look at the old market in a way. By old, I always mean like used, refurbished, and discounted, right? And I would argue if you can get an M4 MacBook Air, a MacBook Pro, which of course will give you stuff like ProMotion, even better speakers and stuff like that, you're getting a lot of like quality of life improvements that simply haven't made their way to the MacBook Air yet. It's still limited to 500 nits of brightness. It still doesn't have mini-LED or OLED for HDR handling. It doesn't have ProMotion for either high refresh rate, 120 Hertz, or variable refresh rate to, for example, more efficiently display 24 Hertz movies in the 24 FPS movies in the 48 Hertz container and stuff like that. So that would be my recommendation. Before you go with that current gen MacBook Air that hasn't yet had time to come down in price, consider looking at the used, refurbished, or discounted market for the previous gen MacBook Pro.
You have to take 2 terabytes if you're taking an M5 Max chip. So there are certainly some price jumps here, but I think Apple did their best to alleviate like the argument that it's worse value. Like I would say the value
I agree. Hey, Drew and I agree on something almost completely.
There, but the price is definitely higher than before. They're basically just kind of
my
forcing
usage
you to
is
upgrade,
basic,
which,
but
you know,
M1 MacBook Air is lagging with 5 to 6 tabs open. Like M4 is still going to be just as fast in real world stuff. M4 with a fan on the MacBook Pro is going to be as fast as the M5 on the fanless MacBook Air. Now, I know your usage is basic, so in that case, if you are not sure, I would also recommend you actually go to the store, look at the difference in the screens, see if you feel the difference between ProMotion or not. Because you really underestimate how much money you get to save by buying like a last gen product, but it's actually a higher end product that still has quality of life features that are not yet in the new but base version.
For this demographic, I feel like a lot of people were probably upgrading anyway. This is a very
correct.
techy laptop. The everyday
You see,
person will be
Astute, hey, for all our usual agreements, now Drew and I are agreeing on something that we don't.
content with the MacBook Air. That's still a very fast, capable laptop that comes with a lot of storage and is not that expensive. So if you're the kind of person spending $2,000, $3,000, or $4,000 on your MacBook, you're probably the type of person that was going to upgrade anyway. I don't know what the real numbers look like, but overall, I would say like that's the biggest downside of these MacBooks. It's like pretty much the same displays. You know, it's still Thunderbolt 5, still decent battery life, but not that much different than before. They both get the N1 chip, of course. The base MacBook Pro probably got the sweetest upgrade because there was no price hike and it got double the storage, but
I think that's wrong. I think it got a price increase. So yeah, Drew's making quite a lot of mistakes. Let's look at 14-inch. Oh, that's the German website. The numbers here are definitely going to be different. 14-inch, $1,699. So that's $200 more than before. Let me MSRP M4. MSRP M4 MacBook Pro 14-inch. I think it was $1,499 for 512 gigabytes of storage and 16 gigs of RAM. Wait. Oh, it used to be $1,599. So that's $100. Wait, that's only $100 increase. So that's actually better value. So that means that the M5 Pro is now relatively more expensive versus the base M5 than the M. Oh, that actually makes sense. Oh, no wonder the entire lineup makes more sense to me now, because I always thought that the base M MacBook Pro was always too close to the M Pro MacBook Pro in price. It was basically once you added a bit of RAM and a bit of storage. This way, if I go with the 14-inch, with the standard display, with the standard M5, which is $100 more than before, but you get double the storage, so you actually get $100 more value. And let's say you added that to 24 gigabytes, that's now $1,899. So if you wanted the same configuration but with an M5 Pro, you pay now $300 more for this, 1 terabyte and 24 gigs of RAM. And I actually have to say that $300, it does make sense. It makes both sense for people who want to save money with the M5, but it also still makes sense for the people who want a better experience from the M5 Pro, especially since in this case you also get stuff like the N1 over at the base N5, which is not always a difference, but it is in this case, plus Thunderbolt 5, even faster storage. Yeah. This entire lineup makes more sense now. The scaling just makes more sense. It makes more sense from the MacBook Air to the MacBook Pro. It makes more sense from the base M MacBook Pro to the M Pro MacBook Pro. And while the Max is now really expensive, I would argue that logistically, it probably also just makes more sense for Apple to make it that way with at least 2 terabytes of included storage.
16-inch MacBook Pro, which is the one I want, that got the biggest price hike, which is a shame because I was really interested in the Studio Display XDR, but I'm not going to get the 120 hertz I want so badly on that thing unless I upgrade to a newer Mac.
Yeah.
Which, this is going to be a very expensive day, isn't it? Anyway, I'll end up doing what
he's going to buy it, potentially.
I find the most interesting stuff is today, but feel free to let me know your thoughts on all of the new Mac hardware we got down in the comments below. And thank you to everybody supporting this channel directly. It seriously helps us out a ton, as does just watching these videos. So thanks again. This is your Absolute Pure. I'll see you all in the next one.
Okay. I'm not sure if there's anything that substantial that I can still react to. Like, I guess Max Tech probably like made a summary video, right? Wait, did they actually go hands-on with the 17E? How? Or did they? Oh no, I think that's just the 16E because the case does not actually feature MagSafe. I guess I did pre-download the camera comparison between the S26 Ultra and 17 Pro Max that they did. I think we can watch it and then slowly wrap it up. Guys, we've been streaming for about 3.5 hours. Again, if you want to support this channel, leave a like, subscribe to the channel, share the video out with anybody who you think might enjoy it. Leave a chat right here in the live chat or in the comments afterwards. Make it a super chat if you want to support me directly, or consider becoming a channel member right here on YouTube, or a supporter over on Patreon.
This video is sponsored by Saline. Hey guys, it's Max, Vadim,
and Ben.
and we just got back from Galaxy Unpacked, where I took a ton of photos with both the S26 Ultra and the iPhone 17 Pro Max to see which one has the better camera system. So right here is the first photo, and by the way, Max and Ben have not seen these 35 photos, so you vote along with us. In my opinion,
Increase the quality because I did download it. Okay, no.
the one on the left looks more natural, but I like how this building pops a little.
I actually
Really? Like, tell me, yeah, like, couldn't you tell me which one is actually natural, more natural? Like, this is a bit too warm for me. But I also, like, it looks like there's a bit more detail here. Could you zoom in, guys?
prefer the picture on the left. You can see a little more detail for me on this one.
Well, the left is the iPhone, right? Is
Yeah,
the
yeah,
S26.
I mean, like, I mean, like, I couldn't tell. I think this is a draw for me.
Ultra. Moving on to the next one, got a selfie with San Fran in the background.
Okay, I like the one on the right. I can actually see detail in your face. Here, you're kind of blurred out. Just
Okay, that's nice because they are now showing it actually on a screen that's not going to be like downgraded by SDR shit and things like that.
The left one's weird. The beard is in focus.
Yeah, the right one is a better image in my opinion. Also, it's wider and nicer, so I guess this. I would also almost bet this is an iPhone image. I do always wait for their commentary because obviously it's their faces and they saw these things in real life. So I do take that as inspiration, but I do not have to agree with their choice.
But the face looks kind of out of focus.
Yeah,
it's
strange.
botched. Definitely right.
Right's the
Wow.
iPhone.
Yeah, I mean, the iPhone selfie camera is just objectively better in my opinion. Lens flare, I almost want to bet that this is the iPhone image. Yeah, I mean, is the right one actually better? Yeah, it is better in this case. Okay, so I have... how do I do it? I'll do it as a note. iPhone, Galaxy, and draw. I guess I have one draw and one for the iPhone.
Next up, right here, we have
It's the
ultra
right.
wide.
I definitely like the one on the
Yeah.
right. The contrast, the blacks, everything. Here it's just all gray and the
Could be the
gradient.
lens flare. You
Yeah.
can see
Yeah,
there's
so
like two
both
little-
have lens flare, but this one has so much contrast loss.
That's the iPhone.
No way.
That's
No
crazy.
way.
It's not like the lens is messed up. The
really
coatings, it's new phone.
Here we have.
Oh, no way. So I guess the iPhones have more lens flare at night, but maybe not during the day. Okay, so that's 2 points for the iPhone.
I think this is a 1X.
Oh, God. These are basically a draw to me. Like, this is a warmer image, but this a brighter image. But this is also like, if this was an iPhone image, I could easily correct it afterwards with photographic styles.
portrait on both.
With this one, I'm going for the
Oh, it's portrait. Huh. Is the left a bit more pronounced?
one on the right. The left one is all crushed in the black.
Oh, that's true. I didn't even consider that. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I guess that's also something that's going to be
I
easier
would agree.
to see based on that's going to be easier to see on like an HDR MacBook screen with the actual metadata image than the SDR crushed. Yeah, but now that maybe I should increase the brightness of... Oh, yeah. Okay. My display panel was just a tad too dark to see that. Okay, it's the right one.
But I do like my face a little brighter here. But
But
yeah,
you can configure that easily. This one also looks a bit redder.
the detail is completely crushed. But I'll still go with the one on the left.
It would be funny if this were both Galaxy because because he was with the iPhone here, right? So maybe the iPhone was just busy for the shots. Okay, I have 1 point for Galaxy.
Right, the left was the iPhone, right was the
Oh my
S26
goodness.
Ultra.
How did the iPhone throw out all that detail?
Interesting. Next up, this is, I believe, a 10X matched on both of them.
I like the one on the left. I do see more HDR here. Pops a little more on the photo itself.
I mean, like I don't want to meta game this too much, but I can tell from the sharpening, from the way more aggressive sharpening, that this is probably the Galaxy. I would argue this is the iPhone, this is the Galaxy, and I do like the less sharpened look in general. I mean, that's why I partially prefer iPhone. So my vote is for this, but I can also almost bet that this is the iPhone image, while this is the Galaxy.
Just a great picture overall.
Are we going to be disagreeing the whole time?
Probably.
Because I feel
okay.
like there's more detail and stuff here.
That's sharpness.
And just more contrast, so I'm going right.
Whoa.
The iPhone on the right.
Ooh, 2 points for the Galaxy for me. Did not expect the iPhone to have. Well, then is the question, is this actually over sharpening, or is this actually more detail that the iPhone was able to capture? But hey, it's a draw for me between the iPhone and the Galaxy.
First one for
But then again, these are images that are so high quality in good lighting scenarios, they basically don't make a functional difference to me.
S26
Oh,
Ultra.
jeez. Next up, this is in a tunnel. Very difficult situation. I mean, it was like pitch black in there. I mean, almost.
I don't love either one.
Yeah.
It's a tough situation.
Yeah, I don't love either one. This has too much color bleed from like the green surrounding it, while this one is, well, the car is in a different spot, so this is going to be different because of that. It will make the car look slightly overexposed. To be honest, it's almost a draw because neither image is that great. I'll wait. Maybe some of them can point out more detail that I just don't see here. Like, I guess technically there's a bit more detail here. If I absolutely had to give it to one, I would give it to the right one. But again, I also cannot tell you if it would look as good if the car was closer like it is in this shot.
But if I were to choose one, I'd probably go with the one on the left. It has a little more moody vibe, I would say, on this one overall.
Like you can, like, again, this is also the problem. If one of them is the iPhone, I know that I can correct it with photographic style. This is a draw to me. Neither is great.
Yeah, the white balance, and it tried to make the tunnel so bright that your highlights are blown out. So yeah, definitely left.
That's the iPhone.
Hey.
Okay.
Next up, another portrait. I think this is
Okay,
a 2x
that's a draw. I guess I would have technically ever so slightly given it to the Galaxy, but really it's a draw for me.
portrait on both. Oh, that should be a portrait. It worked on the phone, as far as I
Well,
know.
if it's a portrait, definitely the one on the left.
Yeah. I mean, but if this, like, the Galaxy has post effect portrait modes too, but interesting.
I think in general, the left looks nice having a little bit of extra blur. And
I mean, yeah, but you could change that here as well. But it looks very nice in terms of like the portrait mode is pretty correct in everything.
the highlights not being too bright.
That's the iPhone.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 3 for the iPhone, 2 for the Galaxy, and 2 draws.
I could have sworn it worked for portrait. That's really weird.
Well, I remember on Samsung, sometimes it just doesn't do it.
Yeah,
Tells you it
sometimes
does it, but
glitches
it
out or
doesn't do
something.
it.
Oh, this was some
man.
bomb sushi. This is with
getting
the
hungry.
optical 4X and 5X.
Right away, the one
That
on
one?
the right. I mean, the detail,
pretty sharp.
and it's sharp, so I don't know if there was focus issues, but the rice, everything just looks
It's brighter.
really
Yeah,
good.
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, just looking at the screen, like, again, sometimes the way it translates from like the screen recording. I mean, if they can actually see more detail, I don't see any hyper aggressive over sharpening. I would choose the one on the
It's
right.
the iPhone.
The iPhone, that's 4 for the iPhone, 2 for the Galaxy, 2 draws. It's funny. Now my note says iPhone 4.
looking good for the
Oh, man.
S26.
Yeah, 'cause I think
It's
the
funny.
S26
Are we actually going to go through all iPhone's generations? Or am I actually going to reach like iPhone 17 Pro Max, depending on how often I vote for the
has a
iPhone?
new W-shaped telephoto 5X. People are complaining about
The middle focus.
yeah stuff like that, which it was focused when I shot it. All right, selfie.
I think this is the
Yeah, that's also something that happens sometimes on the iPhone. It shows you just a little bit of focus, but then you click on it, and even the micro-centimeter adjustment that your device makes in movement suddenly takes it out of focus. I've actually had that on all iPhones, obviously least so on my iPhone 17 Pro Max. But yeah, this is something that I could still see happening. Now, the image on the right looks more pleasing. I'm not sure if this is more detail or more sharpening, but I'll probably just defer to Vadim and wherever he prefers his face. But then again, the detail, this is more aesthetically pleasing. Looking at the detail though, it it did delete some detail. It's almost a draw because it feels like the phones almost felt like they had a different priority.
First photo that I think I know which one the iPhone is, which is a good thing. It's hard to tell. I'm going with the one on the right.
I'm going with the one on the left.
Oh man, will I just defer to Vadim here and just go with the right? It's almost a draw. Neither one does it too well. Ooh, you know what? I'll put it as a draw because I think, man, it's like with the Galaxy, like that one image, it was like, maybe if I was like gun put to my head, I wouldn't say draw, but then both of those images were not great. Here, both images are good, but they're also so functionally close, and the differences are in very different ways almost. I would give this 5% more the way I gave that Galaxy once 5% more in the draw. And I would almost bet this is probably the iPhone then.
You guys like... which
Okay, so that's a proper draw then. Because I had one where I had like a draw with a 5% advantage for the Galaxy. And now I have a draw with a 5% advantage for the iPhone. Meaning I have 4 for the iPhone, 3 for draws, and 2 for Galaxy.
agreeing with
iPhone on the right, Samsung on the left. Next up, this is a portrait, 5x on both, which on the iPhone you could do 4x and you just kind of bump in on 5, so it matches up nicely.
I like the one on the left.
You don't need 5x because on the iPhone you have a 4x equals to 100 millimeters. So technically you would get like 110, 111, which is the focal distance on the Galaxy, the focal length, sorry, at 4.4 or 4.5.
The tree is the main focus here, and the background is a little more blurry. That's my preference.
That's bullshit because you can adjust that in portrait modes. How blurry the background is should not play a role in my opinion.
Definitely the one on the left.
I like the left too. This is all too brought up.
I mean, yeah, the left one, like I like the fact that the shadows are actually darker, but functionally these images are like if my previous draws were 5%, I would say this is almost like they showed that too quickly, even though I kind of already thought this is the iPhone. I would argue, yeah, this is like a 10% difference where my previous draws were 5%. So I'll just take it out of the draw and we'll upgrade from the iPhone 4 to the iPhone 5 while we're still stuck with the Galaxy 3.
This is the iPhone. What's going on?
We're not trying to vote iPhone.
Literally
We are not.
unbiased. We're
Oh man. All right, next one. This is once again, I think another
Again, these are both images that look really good. Actually, they're both super usable to me. This to me, what I like, unless they point out some, okay, there's I guess some better HDR handling on the right. Like I would need to see the detail level. Otherwise, it's a draw. If one of them points out that one image is much more detailed on their laptops, then I will accept it.
photo shot, no portraits now, just detail everything.
It's a nice street photography shot, all the cars, the people walking.
the left one for me is distracting. It's a little too flat, whereas the right one, you can see more detail back there and the colors. Probably prefer the one on the right.
I'm going left.
Nice.
I think it looks more natural.
Left is Samsung.
Okay, we upgraded very quickly from the iPhone 5 to the iPhone 6. I guess like it is almost a draw though. Like functionally, both of these images are perfectly shareable. Like if my previous draws were 5%, and then the one where I just slightly decided to go one way or the other, that was a 10% difference. Here, it's like a 7.5% difference.
Is the iPhone. All right, next up, pretty much just a 1x kind of.
I mean, the one on the right, it has better HDR. It seems to be better at handling the contrast on top of here. It seems to still preserve the detail over there. You can actually see like almost like more highlights with the car. The one on the right.
Detail shot.
Question for you, Vadim. Do the colors match up more to reality here, or are they oversaturated?
It
feel like it was more red.
that.
Yeah,
Right.
this seems like the saturation just kicked up too much.
Yeah, and they clearly handled the sky poorer. If this is the Galaxy, I will actually be impressed.
I'm going right.
Same.
That's the iPhone.
Yeah, that's. We very quickly skipped the iPhone 6s, boys. We are now in the iPhone 7
this ain't
generation. 7 points for the iPhone, 3 for the Galaxy, 2 draws.
First, our sponsors
and
for that
skipping the
foreign
ad.
country. So with that, you can get an portrait, including this checkout. Okay, this is a 1x portrait.
Oh. It feels like, once again, similar to like that other tunnel shot. It feels almost like the phones are doing two different things. I would love to know if his face is actually... Well, I guess the yellowish tone on his face primarily comes from the wall. What I'm not sure if that's actually like how the light looked inside or if that's how the phone corrected it. It does look a bit more pleasing here, but I really couldn't tell you which one is actually more natural.
In that tunnel, kind of hard situation.
I will say the one on the right did a great job mimicking a real camera. I don't like how it's blue, but I would definitely go with the one on the right there.
I like the right. The bokeh looks more real.
Okay, I guess, yeah, with the bokeh, I mean, the bokeh is more intense, so either the portrait settings were more intense, or maybe if it's just objectively captured like that in the lens. But given that his face kind of looks bad here, God knows, maybe it looked that way, but then he should be grateful for this camera for correcting it. I would say this this gets it by like 12%.
I have this flaring here.
That's the
S26
Samsung.
Ultra.
Okay. Galaxy 4, nice. Finally to an actually usable generation.
Good job on that one.
Next up, this is a 10x zoom on both of them.
If we're going for detail, I like the one on the right, the wall.
Is that actual detail though, or is that sharpening is my question. I really couldn't, like, this would entirely depend on the actual real world situation, because it almost feels to me like when you look at some of these elements, it feels like this is over sharpened on top of a bit of detail, but not quite enough.
Water right there, you can see where here it's completely washed out. Definitely the one on the right for me.
I wish there was one in the middle. This is
Yeah, I also wish there was one in the middle. You know what? I'm giving this a draw because this is over sharpening. This probably looks overall nicer.
too soft. This is a little over sharpened.
Yeah.
Maybe you can turn that down, but I'm going right.
That's the Samsung.
Yeah, okay, this is a draw, so...
Oh,
Yeah.
the telephoto.
Man, Samsung's kicking back up here. This is getting fun.
All right, this was cool. This was a
yeah, it's the left.
5x portrait on both.
This portrait reminds me of shots we had like 5 years ago, 7 years ago. Look
Yeah,
at
I had way better shots from my iPhone 7 Plus back in the day.
cutouts
Yeah.
are terrible.
Kinda
It's
failed.
way too much fake blur. Yeah, the blur is really good.
Yeah.
You're a little too dark, but I'm going left.
If you don't agree, let us know, but definitely the
Yeah, this is also very definitely the iPhone. Like, the iPhone has not captured these kinds of images since like the iPhone 10.
one on the left. And
That's
that's,
the
the
Samsung.
S26.
What? How did you mess up? What did you do? Okay, that's the biggest win for the Galaxy thus far. That's 7 for the iPhone, 5 for the Galaxy, and 3 draws.
How did the iPhone do so
failed with the
terrible?
cutouts. Yeah. Next up, we have this one, ultra wide.
I definitely like the one on the left. You can even see the little flare that adds to this picture.
But
And
this you really cannot blame this on the camera, because if the cameras were captured like 2 centimeters apart, then that would explain why one saw the sun and the other didn't see it through those sleeves.
a lot better than the one on the right for me.
Good job, we agree.
That's
Like, I don't actually agree here. They showed this way too fast. I thought that Vadim would actually say more. I don't actually agree, because that sun is just a positioning artifact. I almost refuse to give a point either way, because this isn't even a draw. This is just wrong methodology. I'll just give it a freaking draw.
the Samsung.
Good job.
Looks great. All right, next up,
Because
another.
I've been able to capture the same kinds of images on my iPhone for a while. Oh man, this is again going to be a question of, I wish there was actually one in the middle. This looks over sharpened. This looks a tad bit too soft. The sky, I would argue, when you look at the HDR handling, you can see it in the cloud here. The DHDR is actually as good here, maybe even better. The fact that the sky is bluer does not mean that the HDR handling is better.
zoom. This is a 10x.
I definitely like the picture on the left.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'll give it on the left because it is softer, but it is more pleasing, and the HDR with the clouds is objectively better.
This is just over sharpened. Definitely left.
That's the iPhone.
iPhone.
That's the iPhone. We jumped all the way up to the iPhone 10 generation by getting to the iPhone 8. So the next one is actually going to be an iPhone generation that did not exist, the iPhone 9.
I'm excited for night shots. It's gonna get fun.
All right, this is Mark and Alina. We bumped into them all the time there. So portrait.
I like the one on the right. Kind of simulates a real life scenario.
I kind of agree. This one is brighter, but it feels artificially brightened up almost. Like I could do the same thing here afterwards if I really wanted to. The sky is also a tad too dark, so I wonder if this image is the iPhone and this is the Galaxy benefiting from its wider aperture in that case. But man, like functionally, I would have to do less editing work on this one. So I might give this one ever so slightly.
Where if you're shooting from a very dark area into like the sun, this is what it would probably look like.
Yeah, this is probably more like if you're trying to mimic like DSLR behavior, true. But man, I really don't like how her face looks. It looks way too red. It probably, like, I would also almost argue that the jacket is way wrong processed. Would love a take on that. Oh, damn, that one is difficult. Ever so slightly. Because I am capable of some editing, I'm choosing the one on the right.
I'm definitely gonna go with that one.
I agree, and it's not oversaturated.
Yeah,
It's more-
because this is also part of it. Like the sky here is bluer, but then you look at some other scenarios here, right? Like what should be shadows just turned blue. So, and then you can see that this relatively neutral, almost like sky blue, was like turned like cotton candy blue, whatever.
natural.
That's the
Yeah,
iPhone.
that's the iPhone. iPhone 9, we're up to the iPhone that never existed.
Oh my goodness.
So there you go. By the way, subscribe to Mark's Tech on YouTube. Next up.
This is Mark Tech. Okay. Not please, guys, subscribe to Mark's Tech, but also subscribe to Max Tech and subscribe to Mark Tech.
Here a 5X on both.
Ooh. I would love to know what the actual skin tone of this gentleman was. I do prefer the look of the drums here. Like fine art. Like this, I'm not sure if this is ever so slightly oversaturated.
To me, they both look identical. I can't choose which one.
Then choose
but
left.
I'll
That's
just-
Then choose left. Well, could somebody tell me which one is more? This is a draw to me. This is a draw.
go left.
I think this is a little too, like the background and the foreground are similar brightness levels.
Kind of
so,
flat, though.
Yeah.
That's the iPhone on the left.
Yeah. Okay. So this is. I would have just. Kev Chata. Oh my God, I remember you. But yeah, you're joining way after I've actually discussed it. But yeah, this is a draw. So I have iPhone 9 points, Galaxy 5 points, and 5 draws. But yeah, Cave Chatter, you can watch the stream overall if you are looking at the MacBook stuff and the chip stuff.
I swear that was just a choice.
You didn't choose
I
this.
didn't,
All right. This right here.
Oh.
5X.
I like the one on the left. The face.
Man, his face looks different from every photo. And he's under studio lights with the Max Tech guy, so I actually cannot tell how he looks in the real world.
Tone and everything. The blur is a little too much.
You
but
can adjust the blur afterwards, both in Samsung and in iPhone. This shouldn't be a depth criteria.
I do like it. It just looks.
I do prefer the blur overall here, but I mean, and they both got the camera right, so the cutouts are correct. His hair is not too complicated to get algorithmically.
Overall better, even though I look a little bigger here.
Yeah, the left one looks like a DSLR with a.
Oh man, I might go with the right ever so slightly. I guess that I think that might actually be the Galaxy. I know the first instinct is when it's warmer, it's usually the iPhone, but with the super SAF images, that actually wasn't true. The Galaxy often gave warmer tones than the iPhone.
100 or 120 lens, which this looks more like an iPhone shot.
It's the iPhone on the left. All right. we got some-
Damn. Okay, I guess I give it to the Galaxy then. Which is fair. It's fair. You guys know this is not biased. I'm gonna ignore the lens flare here. They're both actually quite sharp. They both have about the same like central focus. Kevchat is saying you have an M4 MacBook Air 16512. I wish I waited for M5 or M5. I assume you mean either for the M5 MacBook Air or M5 MacBook Pro. I get that, but then again, you can always wait, right? And you got some. I remember you were buying it when it was coming out, right? You were telling me that in the chat. Am I wrong?
Baklava.
Oh, that looks so good.
Some food.
I'm so hungry right now.
Yeah,
This is one that I
only
like.
had salty stuff, so I'm really getting hungry for the sweet banana that's waiting for me on the other side.
Having a little more saturation, a little extra sharpening for the textures we see here, so they're right.
I agree.
That's the
Okay. I'll take it if they actually have more detail, because I do consider this more pleasing overall, but I do also like the warm tones. If these warm tones are natural, then I would choose this one. If this one actually has more detail, we are now up to the iPhone 10.
iPhone. Next up, we got Bumblebee in the house.
I like the one on the left because it has good contrast where the yellow.
I choose the one on the left. It's like a real Pikachu I choose you situation, but actually wanting the Pikachu. I'm not just saying it because it's yellow and black.
And the black is perfect. Versus here, it's just kind of washed out.
It picked up, I guess it was confused by some of the background color. One thing that I'm not sure if there's any potential that maybe the color situation was actually different during the shots. It looks almost though like there is actual more detail here where there's more sharpening here. So maybe I'll put it into a draw depending on what Vadim says.
It's gray overall.
I completely agree.
Okay, then, but wait, okay, so the iPhone 1, which is fine, but like I almost wonder if there's a bit of like if this was actually the light situation, because you see that the background is different, right? Like I want to be fair and almost call it a draw because it's kind of like non-reviewable, but the fact that it got the black so much better, yeah. And I mean, if this was actually influenced by the blue in the background, right, then this one actually would have less of an excuse to be not perfect black, right? Or to be perfect black, I'm sorry. While this one doesn't actually have an excuse to look this blue if potentially the blue light wasn't even that blue in the background. So it's iPhone 11 territory. Yay, I guess. I don't like it when the iPhone leads like 2-1. Kevchat saying, I got the MacBook Air on a deal, 15-inch, $1190 with $100 gift certificate. Is that gift certificate on top, so you essentially got it for $1090? Because at that point, I really wouldn't complain. You got a pretty sweet deal.
That is the iPhone.
And with 512 gigabytes, well, the 15-inch is not binned at all. No, I think you still got a good deal, Kevchata.
I don't know.
The variance of software and how they're tuning stuff is weird.
I know in the last video, people asked if I cleaned the lenses. I cleaned them all the time, multiple times, making sure they're clean. So they were clean. Got a quick selfie. It started to get dark around this time.
I think
Oh man, they're doing the exact same thing as before, which probably means this is the Galaxy, right?
the left one has more detail, but I prefer the warmth of the right.
And it handled the background better. This is probably going to be a point for the Galaxy, but I don't care. I'm fair here. I'm choosing the one on the right.
I do agree, and the light is very distracting here. It's just so bloomy.
iPhone, all right.
Okay, so they did the exact opposite of each other. Yeah, Kevchata, 1090 is great for that 15-inch MacBook Air with the M4. You really are not going to feel the difference with the M5. And right now, the M5 would be a full $1299 for 16 and 512 gigabytes. So we are now up to the iPhone 12. We hit the 5G era in terms of point collection. Oh, ooh. It's the one on... Is it going to be the one on the right? It feels almost like this is over-sharpened. And I know some people will say, oh, you're just not choosing the sharpened one because then it means it's the Galaxy. But you saw how I chose like completely contradictory selfie results, right? like, but even like I would argue this is probably oversaturated though, right? This is this could be actual detail, right? Rather than over sharpening, because this is oversaturation, which the usual thing I associate with oversaturation is also over sharpening. Like that's usually like, except for the Pixel. And the iPhone usually does neither. Maybe somebody can say which one is more natural. Otherwise, I'm choosing the one on the left.
I think I like the one on the right. The yellow is actually yellow. Here it's kind of toned down.
Wait, but is it supposed to be yellow, or is it supposed to be more like a woodish, orangish, brownish?
Definitely the one on the right for me.
I like the extra contrast of the left, but you guys let us know.
Left is iPhone, right is Samsung.
Okay. This was one of the close ones, probably like a 7% difference. They're doing different things differently, right? But the overall image just felt more pleasing. I wish they would occasionally zoom in and show us the real detail, because this is a screen recording and I'm watching it in 1080p, so I'm limited in my analysis in terms of detail. But I can objectively see that there is more detail here, and detail that isn't just over sharpened too, right?
So now we're getting into the night mode stuff.
Nice.
Man, I would really want to know which one is actually more natural here. I guess, like, I would love a zoom to see the color banding.
This is their little event they had at Galaxy Unpacked. What do you guys like?
For this one, I definitely prefer the one on the left. You have nice contrast with the different colors. You don't have anything blown out.
Because the car is more contrasty here. I'm not sure if the detail are correct and whatever, but yeah. But then again, the situation is also slightly different. The angle is slightly different and everything. And guys, you definitely, like, I guarantee you this is the Galaxy image, right? I can tell from the lens blur, from the lens flare, that this is the iPhone image.
The colors from inside are standing out.
Yeah, I have to agree on that one.
That's the iPhone. All right.
Okay. I did not expect that, and now we are jumping to the iPhone 14, and now the iPhone has an over 2x lead. I mean, it already had one, but man.
We got a kind of nighttime portrait. This is Daniel from Zone of Tech. Subscribe to him as well.
I personally like the one on the right.
Once again, well, I've seen Daniel a lot more than I've seen Mark. Ooh, that one is actually a little bit more complicated, isn't it? Because there's just much more detail on the close and everything, I'm gonna choose the one on the left.
Right, you get a lot of contrast. It's not as bright here on the left one. I like it, but I don't like that it took out too much darks there. It crushed the darks.
But is it crushing? Could I actually still see their close if I branded up the image? I'll say the one on the left.
Overall, I think this picture on the right is better.
I'm gonna have to disagree. I'm going left. Lacks a little contrast, but it looks more natural.
iPhone on the right.
Yeah, I almost could have told you that. Galaxy.
On the left. All right, next up we have a...
Both images are bad. You zoomed in way too far. My first instinct is that this is the iPhone, because the iPhone usually handles this low light scenarios better. For the sky being black and there being any detail left on top, I would argue it's the better image, but I wouldn't use either one for myself.
Zoom shot, this is at least 10x.
To me, I like the one on the left because the sky in real life is dark. Here,
Yeah.
It brought it up too much. Definitely the one on the left.
I agree, and the one on the right has a bunch of noise and
Yeah,
artifacts.
I agree.
Too. S26.
Yeah.
Here. All right, next up, this is a portrait at night. Really, really cool vibes.
I mean, it's almost like they did different things again. Is this the iPhone again? Because it like refuses to focus on his pitch black clothes or something. But this is way too oversaturated, and the sky is too... I'm choosing the one on the left.
Here.
So for this one, I like how Ben looks more natural here, but I like...
Yeah, but that's the problem, right? Ben always contrasts with the freaking background. It's always like on one phone, Ben looks better, and on the other one, the background looks better.
like the background and lights on the left one, so I'm gonna go left.
Yeah, I agree. The lights, as far as I remember, were completely red.
Yeah,
I don't know.
For that alone, like, again, I might prefer how he looks here, but like the background is just so different.
What happened there? I do like this, and I do like the yellow because the streetlights were completely yellow.
That's the iPhone.
That's an iPhone.
That's shocking to me that that's the iPhone, but okay. I mean, I wouldn't expect the iPhone to make it this pink, but neither would I expect that to be the case for the Galaxy, which I guess means we are up to the iPhone 15. We're almost caught up in terms of generations. We have 15 points for the iPhone, 8 points for the Galaxy, and 5 draws.
Yeah. All right, next up. We walked by this place. I'm like, dang, that's beautiful.
I mean, by the same logic as before, it would have to be the one on the right.
Took a quick photo.
I like the one on the right because it represented completely the redness here. This, I see a lot of pink, and I don't know if you guys can see that. Let us know.
I like the red too. You have nice highlights. You can actually see the interesting parts.
Oh, and look at that.
See how big of a difference there is?
What is that?
You get the yellow light, and here it wasn't able to capture the highlights or something. I don't know. Well, right one is the iPhone.
Yeah, I like after the previous image, yeah, obviously. We have now, once again, a 2x lead for the iPhone. We are now up to the camera control generation. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the iPhone 16, while on the Samsung, we are still stuck in the Galaxy 8 era, the era where we got the full screen design, which is still quite nice.
Oh,
Guys, this is
But this is like almost like a multi-generational lead. Like this is like what an iPhone 12 image or what an iPhone 17 image is like to an iPhone 13 or 14 image.
this is a slaughter.
That is a
been a
slaughter.
while.
That's the
Jeez.
biggest difference thus far.
We had.
Oh man. All right.
Except for that one messed up portrait mode, but whatever. I would argue these are both good. I kind of like how these lights look here. They're super close to a draw, and they're both good images. Ever so slightly, by like 7 to 8%, I'm giving it to the one on the left.
This is a LED neon sign.
Yeah, these are hard to capture.
Yeah.
I definitely like the one on the left. It's more moody. I like the way the colors have a nice gradient coming up.
I agree 100%.
Yeah, like you can see the shadow here. Actually, like looks shadowy, while here it looks more like, well, it is probably dirt, but it is influenced by the shadow being darker. Yeah, it's the one on the left overall. Like I chose it almost mostly because of the lamps, because you can at least see how this light really is like almost like ray tracing perfect, because that's how real world works. Correct.
100%. I saw this and I'm like, this is what it looks like.
Really
in real life.
amber lights here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful on the left.
That's the
Wow.
Samsung.
Nice. A big chance of Samsung to catch up. Who knows? Will we reach the iPhone 17 generation and catch up with the real world in terms of numbers?
All right, next up, this is a very
We are now at the Galaxy 9 generation, where Samsung introduced variable apertures, only to delete it very soon thereafter. It's the one on the right. It's not even close.
very dark portrait right here.
Well, without knowing how it looked like in real life, I prefer this one where the subject pops out and stands out, even though it might be a little too bright for the shot.
I agree, and I can see my details in the face a little better here.
Yeah.
Versus here, it's somewhat blurry.
Yeah, this is
Please let this be the Samsung. I want Samsung to have actually a solid win. But then again, these images, you can probably play around with night mode and stuff like that and get them closer.
Like a
flat
black
and too dark.
splatter,
Black
dude.
silhouette.
If this is the iPhone, then Samsung is just done. Because Samsung clearly cannot handle multiple light sources as well as Apple does.
Here.
Samsung on the right.
Wow.
Okay, good. Galaxy 10 generation. Nice, nice.
All right, next up, this is ultra wide. So getting some details of the buildings and stuff.
Ooh, this one is sharper. Has a bit better sky. But then you have like this like distortion, because I guarantee you this light didn't have like this pink hue. But then again, this car is also much closer, so the challenge is much different. I'm gonna have to listen what they have to say about the detail. On first glance, it looks like this one has more detail. I would bet that this is the Galaxy.
Right away, the one on the right.
I agree.
I can see so much more detail.
Okay, then I'm
There's
gonna
so
give
much
it.
noise,
Yeah.
and you can barely read that sign.
and the highlights don't pop too. So right.
That's the
Wow.
Samsung.
Yeah,
26
that's
coming
absolutely
out.
unsurprising
Okay.
to me.
Okay, this is a 5x optical, a little bit.
I would need to know which color was more natural, but because of the sky, I might give it to the one on the right.
bit more than that probably zoomed in, but
I'm going with the one on the right. This one looks a little bit too much noise reduction, losing detail. This has a nice pop.
I do like the one on the right as well. That looks really good.
that's the iPhone.
Okay, iPhone 17. We've caught up with the current generation of iPhones. Let's see, we're actually gonna jump into the iPhone Fold and iPhone 18 series generation.
It's the iPhone.
Interesting.
They're trading blows here.
All right, next up,
Oh.
cool little spot in Chinatown.
I would say this is basically functionally a draw. Maybe with the slightest advantage to the right, but honestly, man, the sky is just ever so. If my previous draws were like 5%, this would be like because this would be like a 6%, right? Like ever so slightly, but almost. It's almost a draw. I'm giving it to the right.
Guys, it must have been so beautiful in real life, though.
Dude, everywhere we were walking, I'm like, I want to take pictures. I think I had like 100 photos total. We had to choose 35 out of them. It was tough.
Right away,
35. So we are close to the end because we're at 33.
the one on the right again. It's red. That's what it looked like in real life.
Yeah, it's a more pleasant photo overall of that.
Well, I didn't even look at those street lamps because they didn't look like that at all to me. Not only are they pink, which is wrong, but they also have no detail in them.
That's the iPhone.
Yeah, that's easily the iPhone. So we jump to the iPhone 18 generation. Let's see if we're gonna get anywhere close to the iPhone 20.
iPhone.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't know what's up with the pink on the Samsung all the time. Oh, we got the moon.
Nope. I claim my right to not review moon photos. This one is a draw for me. I do not care about fake AI stuff, nor do I care about the iPhone image being too super soft. No moonshots for me, unless it's an actual zoom where I can verify there's no AI involved or shit like that.
Yeah.
The one on the right.
So which one's real? That's the question.
We know which one is the real fake one.
Well, look at these craters here. They really stand out. And it looks so much different here.
Yeah, this one is a real image. This one is AI, but okay.
Interesting.
You can see that, by the way, from the sky. The sky here is pitch black, which because you are focusing on a really, really bright object in contrast, you should have some light bleed around it. That's just how it works, right? It shouldn't be too pronounced, but it should almost look like mini LED light bleed, right? Between dimming zones. But this one is a real image. This one is fake. I do not choose to review or rate either one.
Right. This has like little craters. This has chunks.
So this is the iPhone. That's the Samsung.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
without a question.
I'll go with the right one, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Right on.
Samsung
I'm not reviewing this one.
on the right, and that was the last photo. 35 total. Hopefully you guys.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, it's 35. Yeah, it's 18 for the iPhone for me. It's 11 for the Galaxy, and it's 6 draws, which means even if you were super pro Galaxy and you added all my draws to all my Galaxy points, it would still lose to the iPhone, but it's a very definitive loss, basically having over a third fewer votes.
We're following along. Tally those up, and let's reveal the scores. Let's count.
All right, so I got 12 for the S26 Ultra.
Okay, that's about okay. So that means he has like 23 for the iPhone.
And guess what? 23
Yeah.
for the iPhone 17 Pro Max.
For me, it's basically that difference with my draws and the iPhone. Yeah.
That is massive difference.
Max,
Yeah.
what about you?
I got 22 for the iPhone 13. And we're very close, even though on a lot of them we were disagreeing.
You guys did disagree a lot.
You know, towards the end, we agreed a lot more. But it hasn't been, it's been a long time since we had such a big spread
a big
in the
difference.
flagships. And I think a couple things I noticed on the Samsung, a lot of times it's oversaturated and not enough contrast. It was a kind of consistent thing. And it seems like they just need to work on the software more.
That's true, and also like they
Angelica
didn't really
joining,
change
saying
that
she
much. They,
really
swapped out
enjoyed the
lenses.
last 4 hours. Interesting, we didn't actually get video material, which probably would also really help the iPhone. But guys, that about almost finishes it for me today. So you can hear my voice really is on its last freaking legs. Oh. So let me quickly see if there's anything newsworthy that I might have missed. So obviously tomorrow we are going to be reacting to the announcement of the MacBook Neo and potentially a new base iPad. Who knows what else? Maybe a new Apple TV, but it seems like okay, so there's a new Tahoe beta that I'll be installing right after. So there's just some detailed breakdowns here. 95 Mac. Okay, that looks great. Thank you to everyone who tuned in today. Before I leave you guys, I'm gonna give you clicked on the wrong app. I'm really tired now. I'm gonna give you some big mark action just so you can see my appreciation for you guys. This has been the liveliest chat I had since the M4 Pro and M4 Max MacBook Pro announcement, so it means a lot. I even had some fun with some videos afterwards. I did not expect to be streaming over 4 hours, so you guys know I put a lot of love and effort into it. Please, if you enjoyed this, subscribe to the channel, like the video, share it out with anybody who you think might enjoy it, and comment. Don't just comment live if you're right now here, but also comment on the VOD afterwards. If you catch me live either tomorrow or some other time, leave a super chat or consider becoming a channel member. Shout out to Angelica, Steve, Max, Maximus, and Jonathan, our MarkCheck Pro Max supporters. And of course, you can join us through the Patreon. On top of it all, I'm just really, really grateful to be able to share all of this with you. And I'll be back tomorrow, so keep an eye out on that. Hit the notification bell, that way you definitely know when I'm coming back on. And I'll see you then. This is MarkTech, tuning out.